Welcome everybody to Forgotten Genesis Season 2, Session 30 fucking 3.
33?
33.
Just 300 more and we'll have 333.
Don't jinx it. We already went to 200.
We didn't go into 200, we went into our hundreds. Before we jumped into season. Yeah. We're probably going to get to 100 something. My guess, maybe 150 or so by the time we reach level 40. If things pace out in a smooth fashion.
Yeah, Drill, but I'm not going to say that they're going to pace out in a smooth fashion. We're not going to give ourselves that expectation.
Also, anytime I try and give myself a future prediction, everything just goes tits up and sideways. So, either way, I'm just going to... Regardless of future predictions and pacing, I'm just going to hope that I manage to pace things out storyline-wise in a somewhat smooth and fluid fashion, where it all feels like it flows. Now, that is also assuming that my brain functions properly, which we all know it doesn't. But either way.
It'll be okay.
Yeah.
My job makes me work out a lot, so I'm trying to deal with the fact that none of my clothes fit.
That said, I'm hoping that an incoming sugar crash doesn't hit too fast or too hard, because one thing that you gave me before session started was fucking cake.
I did give
Which
you
I
cake.
appreciate. It was a very nice cake. But dear God, it's gonna crash at some point, and I pray it doesn't happen at a good moment in the session. I pray it happens when things are getting slow anyway.
Alright, so... What is the question for Stadium?
So, the question is, we're going to go from camera to camera here, which means, because cameras are turned on, right? Alright. For those that intend... What? Did that sound like English? I don't know.
I'm looking for my necklace piece. It fell off my necklace. But I have a backup.
What? Excuse me.
Wow.
I need to find a microphone that can pick up everything else but doesn't pick up my gastrointestinal reactions.
No,
How can I rate a gastrointestinal that unless I can't? You know what? Words escape me and it's not worth it.
I can't hear them. That sounds like a problem. Meow.
So.
Alright, camera on.
Hi.
Mother truckers.
What shirt is that? That's a new one.
It's my Mighty Nine shirt. I've had this for 2 years, bud. I've lost weight. I don't know if you can tell, but
Nice.
There's a loss. But it's because I'm constantly standing and cleaning and lifting and...
I need to lose some weight because weirdly enough, one of the things that I miss is just my vascularity. Like I got veins that'll pop up all over my body. It's weird.
I got a new VR game and it's like earth-bending fighting game. It's really difficult, but I'm hoping that I can become addicted to that, because if so, that would be very good for my health. But I've tried that tactic many times. It doesn't tend to work that way.
Okay. So anyway, getting started with the... First of all, the question for the inspiration.
Okay.
And this is a question specifically for Violet, not Angel.
Okay.
If your character had the chance to rename the party or give the party a name, no questions asked, what would it be?
I mean, considering she's been reading the Mighty Dragons, considering there's a lot of dragons in this party now.
Okay, there's officially now a cereal called Frosted Drakes. We are the dragons, mighty dragons.
Thanks, brah. Thanks.
I'm sorry, that's where it took my brain.
Where did my dice go? I had my dice bag in here. Where's my blue dice bag? There's my red bag, but that's not the dice bag.
All right, next up. Avery, if your character had the chance to rename the party, no questions asked, what would it be? This is also under the assumption that in this alternate universe, every other party member deferred the naming permissions to you.
That's boring.
Yes,
Like,
I
that's-
gathered that. I'm just trying to think of a fun name. I don't even know.
Oh, it's up there. I'm an idiot.
I'm bad at names, okay?
I'm not. Meaning of names.
First impulse.
Butt stuff.
Bored bitches.
Bored bitches.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I could think of was, I thought he was gonna say butt stuff.
That's too plain. I was trying to think of something that rhymes with hose, but I couldn't.
You could call him Hazmat Hose.
I love it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Considering your own backstory, Hazmat makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, hazmat hose. Fair enough.
It's because I'm smart like that.
You'll just turn into a chipmunk. All good.
Next up, Xanon, same question. If your character had the chance to rename the party, no questions asked, what would that name end up being?
Honestly, don't know. I don't think it would matter much to him at all what the name was.
He's a solo bee.
If I didn't like the host, probably rename it something insulting to them.
Oof, the entire group would have to bear that name.
Okay, you mean this party?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like a party.
No.
No.
D&D party.
Okay, I misunderstood.
A group of adventurers that are traveling the world to save the.
I thought you meant the party you attend.
We're talking about the
No,
Dungeons and
no, that's
Dickheads,
the
not the
party one.
Masquerade.
Let's see. I don't know. Nothing comes to mind.
Nothing comes to mind, not even an impulsive, humorous name?
Maybe Misfits or Replaceables, something like that.
The Replaceables?
I don't know. It's name doesn't really matter to me or the character.
Fair enough, either way. And then finally to Venestra, assuming that again you've been given the pretense to be the one that for whatever reason comes up with a name that sums up the party. What would Venestra's choice be?
people hear me?
I can hear you. What did she say? She said
Camera coming.
They's
back.
tapping.
nothing. I don't do party naming.
Alrighty.
I think this is one of your least popular questions.
Okay. Poll to the group.
Okay,
then. Would you like me to roll again?
DM, I have a question.
Sure.
Boobs or butt? There you go.
Hey, there's a good one.
That's a good question.
Ass or titties? Ass or titties?
Ass or titties. Ass is titties. Ass is titties. Buzzin', ass or titties?
Boobies or booties?
Yes, she says.
But ass.
What that butt though? What that butt do? That's what she says. What that butt do though?
Anybody who instead chooses to answer feet gets disadvantage on their next death saving throw.
There's nothing wrong with a good
I
butt.
mean, the audacity it would take to admit it. I think they should get an extra inspiration.
You make a valid point. But in the spirit of the joke, no, I'm kidding.
There's nothing wrong with a good pair of feet. Says the ballerina.
Anyway, good lord. All right, so then fine.
I get complimented on my feet. I don't know what y'all think.
We'll cycle it around the group.
Ass or titties?
For Violet, ass or titties?
Dick.
Vanessa
It's a
says
bone.
as someone she knows would say armpit.
Why armpit?
I honestly don't know. There's nothing exciting about an armpit.
I just keep thinking about the aftermath of that. My brain just keeps doing the thing of, oh, that's a lot of cleanup.
It has the same problems. It has a similar problem to someone just saying thighs, but I don't know.
But there's nothing wrong with
Might as well
thighs.
just say ass. if
No.
you-
Thighs are able to be cleaned up by like moving the legs together and getting it all cleaned up. Armpits, however, are a completely different orifice and used for
Armpits are
disposing
not
of
an
bodily
orifice.
fluids.
Forbidden deodorant.
Stop it! Why? Not a good sound.
Oh boy.
Who do you know, Bosin, that enjoys the armpit?
Okay, hold on. We are on a live stream right now. We're not going into this.
I think it's too easy to forget. get carried away.
We have veered off course. We are drifting into unknown space.
No.
We're quickly approaching a black hole. Danger, Will Robinson.
This is a private DM. Question.
What the fuck?
I'm letting you know that both Violet and Angel
Avery,
both
ass or
say
titties?
dick.
Penis.
Don't put the noise out. Don't, Joe. I can see it to your face.
Okay, I actually
Don't-
wasn't
don't-
considering, but now that you
Okay.
mention it, I can open the
No.
soundboard.
No, it's okay.
Ravik, ass or titties? This is the question of the session, I guess.
What about Xanon? Ass or titties?
Oh, yeah.
Both in my face.
That's what happened last episode. Yeah.
And then finally, Vanessa already answered ass. In the spirit of curiosity, does Amira have a different answer? Or is Amira the one that answered armpit? Would not shock me for an imp. Amira would go with ass. Okay, fine. Well, fair enough. Probably fly right into it. Like a bumblebee. Just
Why?
Do we want to recap?
yeah, let's recap. Let's shift the train of thought back on.
Yes. So Avery is meditating with his new
We
homunculus.
go by camera order.
Oh, am I not next in camera order?
Balls.
No, I didn't. I didn't get to even do a recap. So
Violette.
technically, Angel and Violet, because they're both present in the same
Oh, I
space
see.
right now.
I wasn't on the full screen for the call, so I didn't see the camera order.
Gotcha. Excuse me.
Angel basically helped them solve some problems. That's basically what it was, and everybody decided to break into Angel's bedroom, and that wasn't cool considering now that the oak door has to be replaced or just fixed. She just used Band-Aid on it, so. Let's see. And then for Violet helped. Everybody was helping Avery kind of solve his problem last week.
Yeah, because that kind of
Yeah.
came on urgently. That there wasn't really any time to do anything else.
Yeah. Basic bare bones of it, I think.
Essentially, yeah. Which is to say, then, on the subject, recap from, of course, Avery.
Well, Avery got finished his visit with his master, who told him that his mind was gonna get blended up or scrambled or cracked, as it was put, if he did not find a way to disperse that incoming shock. And the way we decided to do that was to go ahead and get the crystal a body, which I had a name for and wrote down, but haven't gotten my notes out yet.
If you want to take the time to do that, while other people going through the recaps, be my guest.
All right.
Next up, Neseo, at least to the best of your knowledge, your recap of last session.
Let's see. Looks like last we left off.
This is gonna be Echo, I think. The name.
Nice.
So, let's see, went. You know, that was after. Okay, so after feet training with Finestra, Illithid appeared at the manor, talked with Avery, told me 48 hours to find a new body for the necklace, something like that. Finestra and a few others walked Angel's location. I don't know if I know that. They talked and walked back, went to Vanessa's pocket dimension, helped Avery mimic my mind link. Angel pushed Alana into me and threw love dust, something like that. They ran away, and
A visit!
flew into the sky with her.
Indeed. All right, and then finally, the recap from Venestra. which I'll go ahead and read off here. Venestra brought Angel to the rest of the party with her husband after, like, everyone walked in on Nick and Angel fucking. Everyone's currently in Venestra's pocket dimension. They handed out all the loot to the party, as well as newly crafted items. Ask your DM for the items. We then helped Avery with making a mecha body core. Then some big ol' spooky thing happened at the graveyard due to many people being in said pocket dimension? ? Piper is making penicillin.
That little addendum at the end. Now, Piper's making penicillin.
Okay, everybody gets their inspiration die for the, for the question of the day and for the recap. So that's 2 inspiration.
Nice.
Excuse me.
Solid 8.
Question. Is there a
Yes.
cap?
For
the inspiration,
No,
no.
I don't think so. No.
No.
Which is
I'm
why
letting you
in
know
some
I had
cases
up to 42 I had up to 64 at one point.
they also can be used continuously if you continue to fail a roll. That's why there is no cap, is because in case your luck is just that bad, it's a chance to try and force it to go well. And sometimes it still won't. But in light of that as well, you can also spend 2 of your own inspiration to grant 1 to somebody else. Let me go ahead and double check what I posted actually for the homebrew rules to make sure that I'm citing that shit correctly.
When can I cast them?
With any roll except for, with any roll. That's a D20 roll.
I mean, like, for extra abilities and stuff.
For abilities and stuff? They're not exchangeable like that. In the case of them being exchanged previously, that was due to the end of the season and new players and everything filtering in, and basically us trying to kind of switch things over to just a whole new story format after the end of the previous season and how things kind of ended off the way they did. But let me see here.
This isn't Echo, this is Aegis.
Let me just double check here for... There we go. Recap inspiration. Players that give effective and detailed inspiration die. A free d20 or percentile roll to use for rerolls later. You may choose to use it or the previous or new result. Well, you may choose to use or the previous or new result. You can also spend 2 to give 1 to another player. These can be used consecutively if you choose. These may be rewarded for a session recap, strong RP, smart utilization, mechanics, all up to DM discretion. So they're not exchangeable for other things necessarily. They're just rerolls. But I digress. So.
What kind of stat block are we working with for Aegis?
This would be the normal one for Steel Defender for...
Steel Defender. Writing it all down in my notebook.
Ready to get into it, DM?
Essentially, yes. So, yes. As we left off last session, in Venestra's pocket dimension, this tropical sort of islander city, in this demi-plane where time does distort. In this case, to a very important advantage, given some pressing current predicaments. The fountain, copper-laden and patinaed, much like the ring that this demi-plane resides in. The runes on it shifting and changing as they are actively glowing and humming with a soft, arcane rhythm. How many all in all, actively living and breathing beings currently inhabit this demiplane. This would not count the Steel Defender, of course, as it is not necessarily any of those things.
What was the question?
This is more sort of an Nestra to account for numbers at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
How many living and breathing beings are currently within this demiplane? Let me go ahead and actually switch music to something that isn't tavern related. How many NPCs are with the party? Well, Angel and Nick were brought in here as well, right?
You just all kind of jumped in it.
So let's see. Angel, Nick, Zeus, Farah, Griffin. Violet, Halcyon, Avery. Xanon, Ravik.
Piper.
Piper makes 11. And then there's...
Piper hopped out of the demiplane so she could do her kind of stuff.
Okay, so 10. And then... Yep. Alana, so that makes 11 again. And then technically Vanestra and Amira, so that brings it up to 13. I believe actually, at least as far as what Amber explicitly stated, Piper walked off, so I don't know if she left or not. We'll say, for the sake of simplicity, we'll say she didn't. So that makes 14 people.
Planning on leaving as soon as she can get a chance. If she's really productive now. Really cool in here.
Okay, 14. So. Go ahead and roll a percentile for me, Vanestra. $69. Nice. Not low enough, but either way. The glowing and humming from the fountain begins to reach a fever pitch. The water in it beginning to rise up almost like steam, before suddenly, in a shock and flash of vibrant green magical energy, the runes have once again settled themselves. The water free-flowing. And, well, what's everybody's passive perception?
18.
18?
Wrong character.
Okay. For Angel?
Mm-hmm. It's higher for Violet.
Okay.
Avery's passive perception is 18.
All right.
Violet's is 20.
Violet's is 20. Okay. For Xanon?
1 second.
11. Okay.
No, I said 1 second. Computer is loading. Passive is 18.
18. Okay. 24 for Venestra. All right, and then we already know that Piper's is particularly high because she has observant. So, since
Observant, but I put my observant towards the children.
Yeah. So, nobody actually has a low enough passive perception to miss this. As quickly as that flash of energy happens, in that brief shock moment of light that overtakes your eyes, you swear you see through it, almost as a, almost in a photo negative. Tendrils, almost like vines, reaching out and nearly touching each of you, but not quite reaching you. Before that flash finishes, dissipates, and the fountain is moving as normal.
I think that's gonna take the sign as nope, nope. This is a nope place. I think we need to go
The
home.
visual, at the very least, I mean, reasonably disturbing, given just the odd nature of it.
I think I need to go home.
That is absolutely a first. To be fair, it's also the first time you've had this many guests here.
What did we see? Sorry.
So all of you...
Tendrils reaching out towards us.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
in that sort of flash of light, you saw almost like a photo negative from the fountain, sort of a vine-like tendril very nearly reaching each of you respectively before, as that flash dissipated again in that same instant, visual was gone. And the fountain is just operating as normal.
No. Angel's like, I think we should just leave this space.
Avery's highly disturbed. Like, are they here already?
Doesn't feel illithid-like.
Oh.
The tendrils, again, were not squid-like. It was tendrils insofar as, like, vine, pseudopod, that kind of
Okay.
thing. It was very floral.
Okay.
Still, that is the first discomforting thing that you've really encountered here, even insofar as it just being an abnormality. That's outside of course, the abnormality of the fountain itself and all that entails, but it's odd, nonetheless.
Hmm. So, anyone have any idea what that was?
Angel looks over. Would I know anything about it, considering all the history and as far as Angel?
I
Do
would
you have any
say
knowledge of anything like that?
both Amira and Angel, then, in this case, go ahead and roll me Arcana checks. Just given the likelihood that either of you would know much of anything about this. Or things similar.
Considering going through portals and having nightmares for your whole childhood. Yeah, let's go with that.
Natural 20 from Amira.
Well, Amira has a passive natural 20
That is a double natural
for
20. Yeah.
Both
Arcane.
Okay,
She always gets nat 20 for Arcane.
gotcha.
Something with her
Either
character.
way. Double critical. So,
Oh, it's her epic destiny as a nerd.
it's a fucking nerd. Both of you have some knowledge of estranged and foreign magical artifacts. Foreign insofar as they don't seem to strictly belong to any one known material world. In some cases where artifacts can be strange because they seem to repeat, have an instance of them in each world that they come across, or in the case of things like this, where despite their simple appearance, the rotation of those runes, the strangeness of how that seems to operate, yet the oddly peaceful environment, it indicates something unique at a multiversal scale, which is simple enough to know, but between that coloration of green, between the tendrillous expanse, between the sort of oasis of nature that surrounds this fountain and this grave that is just as varied as the ring and as the fountain here, there is something at the very least formerly sentient and formerly intensely powerful here, which, given also the sort of shake of arcane energy in the air, it doesn't feel vacuous like hunger, but it does feel, for lack of a more thorough way of putting it, without taking the time here to study or even find other books that might give further hint or anything else that might give further information, it felt curious. Given its potential age, could be a good or a very dangerous thing. But at least given both of your knowledge sets, curiosity from things that are dead, typically not great. Depends on what's dead still, but there's a baseline.
From Angel's experiences and the dead god that we've witnessed in the past, it doesn't feel vacuous like he did. Like it was drawing us.
It doesn't feel vacuous. It doesn't feel like that
it's pulling the
arcane
energy.
absence, that arcane hunger, that arcane drain. It doesn't feel like that. It feels stable, stagnant, and curious, though still and peaceful as the dead.
All right. Would Angel feel put off by it? Do you think?
I would say that's entirely up to you.
Well, considering what we've seen before.
Feeling put off as if there's a sense of danger to it. There's a sense of I'd say an animal-like feeling to it, insofar as like if you were to approach it in the wrong way, that would be dangerous. There is a definite sense of there's not enough information here with what is presented to you to approach or prod at it, at least in anything that you for sure know would be safe.
Looks over Vanessa. While I'd love to stay in this space, I think we should leave. Just for a little while. We're reacting. It's kind of dangerous. In a bad way, maybe.
Okay. Amir will get to studying. Okay. So, with that, we'll say Amir is going to probably try and peel over what books do exist, at least within that demi-plane, for now to see if there's anything Amira can find. Or sources of information, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. Alright. Fair enough. Amira will get to experimenting. In which case, then, by the time you guys leave that place, I'll have you roll an intelligence check for Amira, but we'll only do that once you guys leave. Just to see.
Actually, I just realized I had roleplayed earlier and forgot that I don't know. I don't think I should still be meditating, right?
You have gotten past that for the most part.
Okay.
And connected with this sort of baseline humanoid-shaped mechanical entity.
I have a question. Would it share my 3 mental stats? I feel like it would. It wouldn't
does,
have the...
again, because it
yeah.
operates as sort of a reflection of you, at least in that.
That's what I figured. Yeah. That's why I say we'll have to talk stats at a later time, because there's going to be things different than a regular steel defender with this.
Yeah. However, all the same, at least while operating in here, once that connection is established, you can feel that sort of subtle itch in your mind and that sort of whisper that start to fade, almost as if it moves in the direction of your steel defender.
I have a question for Angel being in proximity of Avery at some point. Is she gonna start getting headaches again at all?
We will reapproach that question if Angel tries to mentally connect with him. But at least right now, just being in his proximity, no.
I'm going to let you know that Violet just looks absolutely frustrated, defeated, and just stressed.
Is there something the matter there, Violet?
Just got home. I don't want to keep going back and forth just for a little while. I'm scared because I'm gonna have to talk to a dragon that's a lot bigger than me and we haven't even had any sleep.
Sleep is a good thing.
I haven't been home in 400 years.
It was unfortunate that we were hit with a urgent news break as soon as we got to a safe place, but I think...
To clarify your question, yes, that Amethyst Dragon is in Someril Venestra.
I think we have cleared the danger that news provided, so I think we can take a good rest before doing anything else.
I've been alone for so long. I made one choice for myself and I doomed the person I care about.
Halcyon sidles up next to you. Well, as the doomed person you're referencing, I don't feel quite so doomed at the moment, and yes, I think we've earned a respite. I'm totally doomed. Love, it's a necklace. And you've been given a way to fix it. You also haven't been given a frantic timeline around which things might go sideways. Right now, I feel perfectly normal. Nothing seems to be accelerating toward destruction. We'll figure this out. And take a breath, take time to think about it, and address it properly. But in the meantime, I think I'd very much like an excuse, and perhaps a location at least familiar to you, to help you stop thinking.
Want to go home? The inn doesn't exist anymore. Not here.
And I'd like to help you stop thinking, ideally in your bed. First time you've been in it in 400 years, might as well break it in.
My grandmother has a place for me. I was never allowed to sleep there because of father, but
Well, if we manage to get hitched, it will be our grandmother, won't it?
I love her so much. I barely have met her, and I didn't know you could feel like that for someone.
Not in front of you, Venestra. God. We already have. Venestra sent a gift. Just fuck already.
She looks over at Venestra. I need to get out of this space. I need to get to where it's cold, where it feels familiar.
This is a very wonderful little sort of extra-dimensional vacation spot. But I think it may be worth addressing later. In the meantime, I want to familiarize myself with whatever Violet considers her stomping grounds. Would V have ever met that amethyst dragon?
Yes. That was one of the things you asked about if you had met them. I'm supposed to give you background on them.
Ah.
Would you like me to do that now?
As Vanessa replies, exit is over there, where you came in. I'd say if you want to give that exposition, there is the FGRP channel.
I will, no, I do need to... Is it okay if I just give her some information, some real quick information?
Sure, yeah. Go nuts.
The Amethyst Dragon has a partner who's a pink, diamond draconoid, or pink diamond dragon who lives with the same space that they do. They leave the Love Goddess's mountain, which is the center mountain. It would have been impossible to miss them living in Sommeril and farming like you were. Because the Cavus that lived with you would have led you there, so. They were all summoned to the mountain. Does that make sense?
As Venestra then replies, aight, but are they assholes?
No, they're like the best person ever. They give you coffee when you come over. They shoot the shit. And they bought more products from you than you expected.
Sounds like a bad dragon, if you ask me. Noted, they bought the extra large. Got it.
They had to. They had to, considering how big both of them are.
They bought the double XL Mamba.
I let you know
Sorry,
that
movie.
you'd have. I'm letting you know that the thing that she asked for you to prepare, probably multiple times, was a set of bunny slippers that have been beaten to all hell and back. Bunny slippers that look like they're bleeding out of the mouth.
That's not disturbing.
Show the point. Esther will understand the reference, I think.
Ezra and Ezra goes, and Violet, don't worry about meeting the said Amethyst Dragon. When you're ready, I can introduce you to them.
Head turns for the first time, and I'm letting you know her eyes are like saucers. There's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of tears. A lot of years of pain just starting to come to the surface.
This music's a little too epic for the emotional moment. Let me go ahead and switch the soundtrack. It's like fucking Pirates of the Caribbean almost, but legally distinct. It's called The Fleet.
So,
Let's go with Dream. There we go. Yeah, that works for an extra dimensional space.
she nods at you and she looks over at Halcyon. I think we should go back with grandmother because I want to talk to her. I want to sit at her feet and get to know what she's like. Maybe Angel and Nicodemus have already begun to exit the space, considering they're like, ah, fuck this noise.
It's an odd sensation when you both leave. You leave with a feeling of having been acknowledged. Not like you're being actively watched, but like almost as if someone bid you goodbye without saying it.
Like, it's not gonna be forever, it's Advita's saying, but it's just for right now. Give me some space.
Okay, screw it. Odd DM question, even though it's not really detailed or dictated in the item. Can the exit be a slide? This is me asking the player if they're comfortable with that idea.
Where does the slide down to?
Reality.
Oop, here comes gravity.
It can feel like a slide. Fair.
Violet agrees to, before she leaves, she follows Halcyon out. And, she just looks really flustered. Like a million years are kind of like pulled into her body.
You haven't taken a moment to let yourself breathe, have you?
Not since the day I left. Not even in the past 2 years.
Well, how can I make you stop breathing if you're not breathing in the first place?
It's been a long time. Ink, I don't think I ever told you the story. Completely.
By all means.
It was cold and it was winter and we were starving. I was running from my uncle. They almost caught us once. We were sitting in the trees. She points to like a glen somewhere over there. We had been stealing food from the local villagers. Just from the rubbish bins. Just from the rubbish bins. And we were left. He left me and then he disappeared for a couple of days. And I mean 3 full days. No sign of him. If there's something that black and that small in the middle of the snow, you can see it. You can see it a mile away. By the way. He
Well,
thinks
I think
he's...
already being in the abyss, we've understood that your uncle's a bit of a fucking twat.
I can't type into Avery and Venestra chat.
Oh, hold on.
I was trying not to interrupt your flow by trying to roleplay with Venestra. Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
So, he disappeared for 3 days. I went deep further. She points to the like a large set of woods that are nearby, like deep, dark. You could tell that they're not supposed to be traveled often. The rabbits were hiding. We couldn't catch any. I've left out traps. I knew how to catch them. I know how to catch fish too in the snow.
It is as you mentioned this that you do notice a small snow rabbit's head poking out of one of the dens, just looking around curiously at its environment before poking back in.
They're smarter than they let on. I think that's where the Fae comes from in that situation. The problem that we had the most was it was bitter those nights. It got colder and colder. And we couldn't burn wood, not in the dark. He'd find us. So I went until I found a wood stack burning. cottage further into the glen, darker, deeper into the woods. I remember falling down piles of snow. And then the snow stopped and it was very sudden. There was greenery all around the hut. A greenery that moved unnaturally. He came back with food that night. We ate for the first time in almost 2 weeks. He said he'd go and get some more. I don't think he knew that he was feeding us some type of child.
Oh, that's bloody dark.
Hags eat children.
I gathered as much. I haven't had the misfortune to fight one myself.
Think I have several.
Yes,
But
you've
some
mentioned
are
as much several times.
Some don't kill children, some want to take care of them.
Some convert them from what research I have done.
But some, like Ink, when he went back, he didn't come back. It was 3 nights of food, I remember. And then he got caught. I was starving. I was waiting for him to come back. I knew where the hut was, so I followed the smell. He wasn't good at hiding his tracks, that's for certain. I found him dead on our doorstep. And she cursed me because I came after him. I don't even remember what she looked like. Not anymore. Being a hound that I was, I lost all memory of that. I can just remember the sound of her voice, that laugh. She told me that I would eat my best friend. I told her as she cast me into the abyss that I would not. I swore to myself I wouldn't do anything. I cradled him and I carried him for miles till his body rotted. I slept beside him. He was my only comfort. The only bit of sanity I had left.
Grief can be quite maddening.
I knew I could bring him back if I could get home. But I knew I couldn't do it until I got home. And the further you go down in the abyss, you don't know if you're ever gonna get out. I knew about the ogres when we traveled through that one space. They will beat you within an inch of your life. If you're an animal, they'll kill you. I haven't lived in peace since I lived with Angel. And the fear stopped for just a little while when we went back. And it was like watching their blackness swallow us again. That's why I've been on it ever since I agreed to go. I kind of know how Xanon must feel. Losing in his entire place of being. I want to get him home too. And Benestra deserves to find her home too.
Seems many of our new friends all have been displaced in common.
Jill was that way too. Once. Paul is an evident situation of that. Lowered that man's toe. Chain tight and all. She settles her down into the snow, and Angel is just sitting behind them, listening quietly. Nicodemus.
Yeah.
I have a question. While this is happening, can Avery be learning some crafting techniques and gaining some kind of experience in that regard with Venestra?
Certainly.
Can also work with Farah. She's in the space.
True.
Farah is there too. I'd say if you want to go ahead and try and work on using Tinker's tools, that'll be intelligence or dexterity, your choice. You do get advantage, given the two people they're trying to teach you.
Would it work with them doing it at the same time? I figured like you could only have one teacher at the same time. Otherwise, the two teachers would really
You can
be a
have two
setback.
teachers. Joe's had two teachers in a lot of the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing about learning a skill set is learning, the different methods for how something is done can help broaden sort of an understanding of those techniques rather than just observing and repeating.
Tinker's tools, is that separate from like smithing and woodworking and
Yeah, it's its own tool set.
yeah. So wouldn't I need experience in all of these to make things?
No.
Not necessarily. With Tinker's tools and stuff like that, you can always outsource the creation of other parts to other people, but Tinker's tools is the thing that you would need to explicitly make these work and function the way you want. So,
But if I wanted to fashion armor to this robot,
you might have to have someone make the plates, but that doesn't mean you couldn't design the plates for
It'd
them
take
to
time.
then create.
It's gonna take time. It's not a one night situation. It's
no, I know
a
that.
day situation.
It's like being at a body shop where you're the guy that does the rendering and you're the one that will do the functions and the minutia within the car, but you've got somebody else in the shop that actually does the body work
Okay.
and the paint jobs and that kind of thing.
All right. So let me know what and when to add to my character sheet.
Sure.
DM, can we get to a night's rest so we can just actually end an evening, please?
Yeah, if you guys would like to get to that stage. Now,
Yes, please.
We've been commenting on wanting to get to that stage sometime.
yeah. So, I'd say as things kind of wind down inside of the demi-plane, you guys all eventually sort of filter out to the quarters that have been prepared for you by, let me grab the book, to grab the fucking ghost man's name. Kevalok. Because I, for some reason, can't keep it at the forefront of my mind.
It's so hot in here.
Oh, the other two are gonna need a room. Yeah, that's what I would do. Violet's gonna find wherever her room is prepared.
With that additional mention, of the other tuning room, Kavalok does note. This place hosted a lot of people. An extra room for another pair, especially, at least as far as size is considered, 1.5 people. Preparing another room is no complicated matter.
Need one for 2 bigger people, too. That's what Angel says, looking up at him.
Understood.
And one more for a skag.
Understood. So, given a little bit of extra time, some of the rooms are prepared for the new arrivals. And at least in respects to those of you that have these guest rooms prepared and kind of make yourselves comfortable within them, it is sort of still in the micro sense within each of these rooms. It feels like its own almost localized little cottage, even though it's only an outletted room within the actual manor itself. There is still snow that has filtered into the room, dripping over the walls and onto the floor, almost carpeting it in a sense, but it doesn't feel strictly cold. There's an almost magical aspect to it, naturally, as if there's something about the snow that has made its way in that is living. In a sort of very passive sense, it helps trap the heat, helps regulate the room that you're in. All in all, it's for the smallest of you and the largest of you, seemingly equal levels of cozy. There's something tight, but not claustrophobic about it. And so you do find yourselves finding sleep for the most part fairly easily. With that, there is also the facet of this that was going to imbue each character that slept in this house with a temporary benefit of elven high magic. However, the elf was turned into a kitty, so that benefit no longer exists. So you guys either way just find a simple and calm rest.
Beautiful.
Being a Kyrian came with different benefits. That meant the
I
other ones no longer functioned.
apologize.
It's like, I have plans for, like, the vibe when it comes to finally going to you turned it into a... Okay, time to throw that away.
They live in Kirin. It kind of was perfect. A Kirin that lives in Kirin. Violet's not... Okay, let me put it to you this way.
I feel like
Violet's
we
a
were
very
busy
simple
and for most, like Avery, Violet, and Vera were busy for a lot of the night before crashing.
Yeah, with the thing about that demiplane, with how much time distortion happens in there, it very much felt like taking multiple all-nighters before exiting and realizing, oh, I've only been in the movie theater for 2 hours. Oh my god, I'm tired.
Violet's gonna take her time to work on her Sylvan, considering she struggles with it. High
Does that,
Sylvan.
do I go ahead and add a proficiency with Tinker tools?
Not just yet. That was
Not for one
Not
night.
yet.
That was the
Okay.
first day.
It's 5 nights. Okay.
5 nights, yeah.
5 Nights at Freddy's, dude.
consecutive.
Yeah.
That was never the pretense of that reference, but if you want to go with that, go with that.
You gotta learn how to turn off the lights and turn them on again, and make sure that they don't bring out the monsters in the middle of the night, and not die.
You want to make this a Living Tombstone campaign? We can change this to Reclam and make it Living Tombstone.
No. We're good. We don't want to go back to
Enniver
Reclam.
is Dark Souls. Reclam, you guys have never even touched.
No. We've touched it. We touched it last season. We're not doing it right now.
You briefly poked it.
No, we spent 3 days there. We're good.
Add your
It's a rough
proficiency
3
plus
days,
any
Joe.
ability checks you make using the tools in your craft. Yeah, but what are the different tools?
This area is Skyrim, Enniver is Dark Souls, and Reclam is Fallout with fantasy.
I know. So question, yeah. So
Yeah.
what is the smell that wakes up our noses, considering Angel and Nicodemus are up first at 4 o'clock in the morning with small children?
Well, the smell that awakens you first, it's not the normal smells of, like, your traditional breakfast, of, like, the smell of bacon and that kind of thing and all that. It's very much the air of, like, the coastal breakfast fish, that sort of very fatty imported, sort of like butters and preserved fats, kind of making this hearty dish, that kind of aroma that starts to flood into basically the whole house. Yeah.
I have a question. How many of my baby dragons have found their way downstairs because there is the food smell and Angel
Some
has
of them, the
to
way they're flying almost looks like literally the cartoon image of the
Yes!
being floating along the fucking scent smoke line. But it's also notable that there seems to be a smaller set of ventilation that leads to every single room with a small vent that hangs just above the doorway. That, for those familiar with the house, would know that it leads straight to a little spot right above the stove. With the house known for its many guests, breakfast might as well be an alarm clock for a reason.
Okay, which kid do I notice? Because I rolled and I rolled that it would be the dragon that's made out of cards. Poker cards, specifically.
It is that one, and I'm drawing a blank on its name. I apologize.
His name is Gambit.
Gotcha.
Named him Gambit. It's his nickname.
This is also after going through a night of no need to necessarily be mentioned cut to blacks for a number of characters.
We know! We know! We know! We know there were people hanging from the ceiling. It's fine.
All the same, as all of you filter down back to that sort of familiar dining room for breakfast, now a slightly less mentally oppressive environment, especially given the more loosened nature of Violet's grandmother. She seems to be, again, given her renewed vitality, very keen on cooking herself, as a number of dishes are laid out, and while they seem to lack the sort of strict presentory cleanliness from Cavalok, there is a homely essence to each dish that is presented on the table. A sheer amount of aroma of fats coming off of them that swears, like, even just smelling this, you can feel a ventricle slam shut. But there, you know that there's going to be as much flavor packed into that you're going to crave it by the time you go anywhere else. And finally sitting down, the final morning dish, just a simple fruit bowl, which you can already tell is practically dusted with sugar and preserving citrus juices. This lady sits down at the head of the table, smug and proud of herself, and proud of her produced meal.
You know, all of the baby dragons are sitting at the table waiting for Mom to get down before they decide to get food.
Some of them, the sides of their mouths are actively dripping saliva. Just in a long line.
What about the big one that's like bigger than Angel? His name is Xenon. Is the one that's like a glow in the dark dragon.
Yeah, he is just staring dead at the big ass fish on the table.
Angel walks in dressed in Nicodemus' shirt, and Violet is following in dressed in Halcyon's robe.
Given a night of productive sort of work and tinkering, How do all of you also sort of filter out into the breakfast hall in this case, or the dining hall, really, as it were?
Food.
Pretty zombie-like, I imagine.
Zombie-like and disheveled. Yeah, not
Is
realizing just how much sleep you deprived yourself of.
Yeah,
Are there a bunch of circles under their eyes? Even Farah?
probably. Oh, maybe.
Even
You know
Farah?
what? Actually, given the training status and given the time distortion from the demiplane, I want actually you, Avery, and then I want Amira and Venestra. Go ahead and give me con saves to see if you guys have accrued exhaustion at all. Just from the distorted time period.
Oh no. Soft 10.
A soft 10.
I rolled 2.
Does that sound positive? Oh no.
Okay. The passion and intrigue of learning a new skill in the aftermath of who knows how many fights and falling through plains, you were driven intensely to get something done, and also driven in no small part by the primal fear of whatever the hell that warning was that your master gave you, insofar as that you managed to gain 2 points of exhaustion, one of which has been slept off, so you've got the one. It's a disadvantage on skill checks, but the bags under your eyes are there as if carved into your face.
Exhaustion level 1.
And then as far
Okay.
as V and Amira, you guys are very used to losing track of
Doing
time and
this.
therefore accounting for it by the time you leave the demiplane. You know how to adjust yourselves.
Does Santa and them find their ways out of their bush? Considering they probably slept in the bush. Oh, right?
I was in the air.
Yeah, I know. But you had to get down somewhere. Can't fly all night long. Sleep somewhere.
I would stay up there till we needed to sleep.
Fair enough. And as far as Amira doing a number of tests, trying to study what she could, go ahead and give me just that flat intelligence roll from Amira.
True.
Yes. And yeah, Xanon and...
Hold on.
I forgot her name again. You guys filter into the time.
Alana.
Ilana. There we
Alana.
go. Proficiency at all or just in? This would be a flat intelligence check.
There.
Given the nature of this kind of research is a combination of a number of intelligence-based theory craft, whether it's arcana, whether it's history, whether it's religion, a number of things trying to figure out what might be going on. Okay, 15 plus 5, soft 20. Okay. With that and doing some tests. You've ruled out something strictly undead. With whatever's going on inside of that ring, with that fountain and everything else. It feels like some kind of evolved spirit. As far as strictly speaking what that means just yet, the soft 20, you're uncertain. But it's progress. Evolved spirit is at least something to work off of.
I'm letting you know that Angel looks over at Avery and passes him a cup of coffee, considering she has her own coffee jug now.
Avery looks at the coffee. Nose wrinkles, but he's so tired.
Got creamer and sugar in it.
Doesn't matter. It's still coffee. It still tastes like coffee.
Does it taste like coffee? It tastes like chocolate.
Oh, it's caffeinated cocoa.
Yeah.
Roll a deception check.
No, that's actually what is. Literally what she
I think she just retconned herself there because she forgot that Avery hated coffee.
It's one of the notes of the stuff that Piper had made for Angel.
You know, also to be fair, certain grinds of coffee can actually have chocolate-like notes.
No, it just really does taste like chocolate.
Fair enough.
It's a bean that you worked at to make it taste just like chocolate, so it doesn't taste awful.
He smiles at her, sipping on it.
Tastes like hot cocoa. Wakes you up.
And you do feel at least some alertness that rescues you at least somewhat from the mental effects of exhaustion for the moment.
She's nursing her own large cup. Good.
Vanestra's going to have to get used to her new strength. Yeah, that's fair.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, she looks over her children. I don't think you need to be eating the big fish. She puts her hand in front of Xenon's face. No. Smaller portions. Your eyes are not your stomach.
Xenon slowly lets go of the head of this gigantic fish that he's got hanging out of his mouth.
You can have just the head by itself, because I know that you can chew the bones. Because everybody still needs to eat.
Yeah, everybody does. Even if some already had quite a meal the night before, Nick says he saddles up next to you.
I don't. Looks over at.
Less enchanting, but the chill did something for it, I would say. Not to mention the snow in the room did add some ambiance and helped hide some other things.
I'm hoping Navarre was not too loud last night. I apologize. Looks at the host.
You know what? I'm going to roll if Kevlock had enough foresight to realize who was horny and who wasn't, and based on that, I'm also going to have everybody else roll a perception check to see if their sleep was interrupted by
Rolling?
the noises of activity.
You need everyone to roll something? Like a flat roll?
That's if he didn't have the foresight. We'll see. Advantage. Okay, everybody, roll me a perception check.
The one time you want to fail a check.
16. That's all Angel's got. You want to see what?
Angel was the one making noise. Angel doesn't roll.
Oh, okay.
Avery got 14.
14.
Violet was also making noise, so should she roll at all?
No, she's part of the problem.
Okay, good.
24 for me, 29 for Rabbit.
All right, and then perception from Vanestra and Amira.
That I'm gonna imagine was booming out of the bedrooms.
Nat 20 plus 14 for Vanestra, so 34.
34 and crit.
What about our hostess?
Slept like a rock.
Oh, good.
16 plus 9 for Amira, so 25. Okay, yeah, so if, for everybody who got above a 12,
Dang it.
you wish that you packed earplugs.
I'm already exhausted from the thing.
That would have just got me in the mood again.
Looks over at Xenon. Is eating.
Yeah, pretty much.
What did she say?
Refer to session art.
Getting busy. Not wrong. Angel looks over at Avery. Have a good evening.
Productive. I can't say I'll be productive today. I don't know. I'm very tired. He takes another sip of the cocoa.
I think we're planning on going anywhere, especially considering some things. Looks over at Navar and Nicodemus and is currently cutting up lots of pieces of fish for her children who are literally trying to beg for food at this moment.
Ah, fuck. I gotta meet with my master later.
Violet introduces...
We would look at Violet. Violet, before you retire to your chambers tonight, visit me. I have a gift for you and Halcyon.
Don't want.
She looks over at Halcyon. What have you done? What have you done?
I didn't do shit.
I know what she makes! What have you done?
I didn't do shit.
She looks over to Grandma. Good morning, grandmother. I don't know.
Morning.
She has
Please,
a
I
British
don't
accent.
want your company right now. I'm too hot. No.
So, question.
Yes.
Am I the only... I don't know how to support this. Oh! I introduced Angel. She looks over at Angel. This is Angel. Angel, this is my grandmother. This is Angel, the heartbound. Heartbound? Heartbound is right.
Charmed. God damn.
And Alana? Yes, this is Alana. And this is my gran. She used to be an elf, now she's a dragon. And that's my aunt and uncle over there. She points over to her aunt and uncle who are sitting at the end of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, are you okay?
Well,
You're
like I said,
crashing on us?
charmed.
She has a British accent. Could remind you what her
Okay, well,
accent
like I
is.
said, charmed.
There you go. No questions for anyone at the table by any chance, Gran? Or did you sleep like a rock?
I slept profoundly well.
That's good. It's very good. I think we helped Avery, so it's good for the time being.
It ought to be.
Why is there such slow music on my earphones?
Good question. Also, let me go ahead and switch the music track I've got running here to something maybe a little more energetic now that it's morning time.
Please.
There we go. So, what brings you here?
Who's she addressing?
She's addressing Angel.
I just came by to bring my family here, and Violet invited us, and she's been under my care for about 2 years, so I just wanted to check on her.
Right, bring them here for a vacation, bring them here for...
I have no idea, more for Avery than anything else.
I see.
She said you needed trade routes?
I don't run this place.
You don't? Then who runs this place?
Well, you'll have to meet her. That requires a little bit of a visit into town.
Okay.
As far as trade routes here, we have a trade agreement with the rest of the village to supply this house with certain resources. Because we pay for them. Usually handsomely.
So, I'm just letting you know, I'm a leader of the Underdark.
Well, not its entirety, but your segment of it.
I said a leader.
It didn't come through. I also heard leader of the Underdark.
A leader of the and one of the leaders of the Underdark, and these are my children.
Well, aren't you quite the fertile myrtle?
That's an understatement.
In light of the previous night's events, and let alone transformative nature, my capacity for shock has been, dampened.
That means your expectations are lowered. That's good. That's good. That's very good.
No, if my expectations were lowered, I'd be quite shocked.
Amy looks over Nicodemus. I don't have words for this. What do I do?
Raised. Hope I'm not coming off as judgmental. I'm just trying to keep a level head in light of a number of new instincts that have intruded upon my normal senses.
If they're newborns, I apologize. The dragons are like some of the only ones that are allowed to actually come with me. Like, or at least come out of the necklace. When invited.
Right, I get that you have additional children. I should hope that some of them at least know some basic manners. I do like to try to keep a clean house.
They're very clean. That's not the issue.
Nor am I saying it is an issue. I'm simply saying what pretense for some rules are.
They can't shift yet, so they're just baby ones. So I apologize if they're crawling all over Mom.
I see.
They're just little hatchlings. They have instincts.
As Vernistra points out, the poor furniture will be gnawed on.
No, they don't gnaw on furniture. That's what we have chew toys for.
Well, I still need you to roll a perception check.
Great. One of my children being a Damascus.
On the
With
subject,
a
you do have
natural
tabaxi
freaking 20.
adoptees.
With a natural freaking 20. Hey, the Tabaxis are not here. Tabaxis are at home with their godmother, who runs as tight of a ship as Angel does.
Okay. Which of your draconic children at the moment would be in what you would consider to be in their twos?
All of her draconic children are in their twos. All of them were born. The only one that's not in his twos is Gambit.
Okay, how many of them do you have with you right now?
I have a total of 7 baby dragons with me, I think, that are not in the necklace.
Okay, so then we're not going to count Gambit here, so... Which one out of the bunch that you've let loose would you count as the most difficult to control?
Nightmare Dragon.
Hmm?
The Nightmare Dragon.
Look around, he seems to be nowhere near the breakfast table.
Nicodemus. I need Navarre to
You
find the
do,
other
however,
child.
hear scratching underneath a particularly lustrous and well-crafted ottoman.
He's going to speak in Draconic and say, I better see you in your seat in 2 seconds.
Make an intimidation check.
Ooh. A 19 plus 10?
29. The head rips up through the top of the ottoman and stares at you. But Mom,
I have a cookie in my pocket. If you want it, you have to.
it's soft like cotton candy. And he coughs up fucking
She casts
cushion
mending.
stuffing from his throat. You cast mending and it mends around his neck as his head is again poked through the top of the ottoman.
I'm gonna count to 3. Or I get to keep the cookie and you don't get to have dessert this evening.
He pulls back another fresh through the ottoman.
She casts mending again.
And he struts out straps of lower lining just stuck to his spines and his scales as he almost prances along like a dog that's a little too proud of itself for ripping up the fucking furniture.
I will need you to make sure you do extra aerial training this afternoon until you get tired.
But what if I don't want to fly? What if I want to creep?
You don't get that option, do you, considering you misbehaved in somebody else's house? You know the rules.
Buzz.
You're a delegate.
I'm not delicate.
Do you or do you not want your allowance? I can keep this gold coin that I keep in my pocket for the allowance.
Roll another intimidation check, this time with advantage.
$25.
$25. Yeah, he immediately kind of chokes up. No.
Where should you be? Where should you be? Come on.
Back by the table.
With your triplets. Yes, right.
Speaking of which, the sort of head ripping through the top of the ottoman doesn't look dissimilar to this. when it initially happens.
Oh, great. Awesome. Is it in session or to general?
Yep, I
It's in
actually
a
posted it in the messenger
chat.
chat. Whoops.
My bad. Hold on. Let me fix.
Though I think I like Venestra's better.
I mean, yeah. There we go. And he retreats back to the table.
Apologize. Dragons don't usually get to come out very often, and they're the only ones that are with me, considering everyone else is back entertaining delegates. And I already fed all the other many parade this morning.
I'm sorry.
It's in Sylvan. You're gonna need to say it in Sylvan. We've been practicing this. You can do it. Come on.
Tut mir leid.
Angel, is that it? Was it? I'm sorry. Did you remember it or correctly?
Technically, that's I'm sorry in German, but we're calling that Sylvan for right now.
Okay.
Also, because
Sure.
I find it fucking hilarious that a language as aggressive as German would be Sylvan. What's the Sylvan word for pen? Poolschreiber!
Sorry. She looks over at the grandmother of Violet. I am so sorry. We have manners, I swear.
What does dragon language sound like for this planet? Well, honestly, because it's one of the inspirations for this setting, I went a little bit nerdy with it and decided to go Dovazul.
I was thinking it was Dragon Rouge.
Avery, I don't think you've met any of my
Slot courses. That kind of.
Avery, I don't think you've met any of my children. These are a portion of the children. You missed the rest of them. They had their breakfast and they said hi, and then they went back to their studies.
Excuse me.
Hey.
Just imagine Xena going, how? Stitch.
I don't picture Avery enjoying children because children's minds, they go at a faster rate. I feel like he would more easily get overwhelmed by children.
They don't look like children. Like, they look like baby small cat, like dragons. They're like real tiny beings. They're not very big. The one that's the biggest is Xena, and she goes, how? Considering she doesn't have any type of language skill, she's the one with the lowest amount of language skill right now.
I feel like after Avery
V would be using her
finished
tail
his
to
food,
entertain any of the small children who came to her. Also, Joe, V's a sneaky mofo. Yeah, I know, because you leveled up a lot of your stats fucking skyrocketed, I know.
I feel like Avery, after they finished their food, would have gone back to whatever like training project they were assigned, continue working at tinkering.
Yeah.
Angel puts like every one of the dragon children except for the ones that sit in her hair usually, which is the little pink dragon and at least two of the other ones, which is the dream dragon. It's the secondary pink dragon. She has two pink dragons in her hair. since Tetsu and Persephone are a little bigger now. So, your trade routes are run through the city? She looks over at the host.
They're not. Oh, sorry. They're not my trade routes.
Were they once?
We do trade with. No, we do trade with the town, the village. Specifically us, to supply the house, especially in light of having larger amounts of guests. We are. I suppose we would be considered a wealthy benefactor for the local government, rather than necessarily the government ourselves. It's not necessarily an oligarchy out here, but.
That her uncle was like a duke. Dad was like a duke or like a leader at one point.
At one point, yes. That's from the father's side.
Has she ever met any of her father's side?
Well, there is her aunt and uncle.
Oh, yes.
As far as anyone else from her father's side, he was very
Cat.
reserved with what members of the family he chose to let her be exposed to. And as far as us and marrying into us, there was the initial goal actually of just the financial benefit when it strictly concerned the ruling class here in town. But we did grow to actually love each other. Didn't take long either. It happens when there is chemistry.
You came to love her grandfather who lived in town? I'm really confused.
So her father and his
Okay.
family married into
Okay.
our side, married into my daughter.
Okay.
We are a particularly potent financial lifeline for the town, and he married in for political reasons to have access to our financial resources. But we did grow to actually enjoy each other. My daughter actually grew beyond just their necessity of that wedding, and actually they did love each other quite a bit. And I began to
Violet
actually...
said she lived in an inn by herself,
She did.
shunned by most of the town.
Well, most folk in town are not stupid enough to not have seen the rather brazen reasons for the joining of our families. That being of a strictly initially financial interest. So, yes, V's birth initially was also would have been met with accusations of nepotism, let alone hostility due to the nature of the joining. So that was an attempt to shield her from that sort of interaction, even in light of the fact that our growth as a joint family did grow to be quite legitimate, quite real, quite loving, quite tangible. There's a number of populace in the town itself that simply may not accept that, even now, for those who are still aware of what happened.
Violet said something about spellbreakers.
Yes.
The world is slowly repairing itself and will return to an orb. Each ring will return to an orb.
In time.
Time. And me and my friends started that.
Good here. You would glance at the various people eating her own food while asking what exactly their little group would be doing next.
I'd like Violet to find some peace before we start doing delegate work sometimes. Right now I'm trying to stop the beginnings of a war.
Stop the beginnings of a war.
Going to happen whether I like it or
Yes, war is a volatile thing. And if there's anything...
Oh, great.
People will always find an excuse to kill each other.
Okay.
not. No, specifically it was what the Kirin warned us about. The Kirin that runs Kirin.
Ah,
War is coming.
yes. Due to the spellbreakers and their influences.
Yes.
Well, if they have been so quickly and so easily dealt with, and yet there's still that instinct on the horizon, could it be that they were simply a symptom of a larger problem?
Always.
Or an aggravator?
I think it goes a lot deeper than that.
Things like prophecies like that often do.
I put a changeling in power and she who
Are you trying to start a war?
we need a safe haven. That's where they were being sold, so
You
technically
need
it's the
a
only
safe
place.
haven for changelings, and so you choose to put it in one of the most dangerous locations for changelings.
The city has been cleansed. There have been painstaking acts taking place in the past 2 years in order to clear out the city.
Ooh. Okay, so this changeling leader that you've installed most likely has a great number of enemies if we're talking cleansing of the problem.
Most of them were paid off, some of them weren't. Found another company willing to work with us. They're a lot bigger than I think that they are.
There is something to the knowledge that there really is no such thing as a perfect solution, though I do admire your pursuit of one.
But there's no solution is ever simple. Gods die every day.
But they do.
And they're reborn every day too.
Not so commonly in a place like this.
I'm letting you know, Violet completely spits out part of whatever she's drinking at that point, starts giggling.
Your existence is an exception to that fact, notwithstanding.
How many wrongs do I have to undo before people like you or people who have been here before me decide to not step on me or step on my feelings?
I'm not trying to step on your feelings, though
Just
that
a
may happen
question.
anyway. How many rights do you have to wrong?
How many wrongs do I have to right?
Sorry. Bit drowsy, even in spite of having slept well. How many wrongs do you have to right? Realistically, how many can you? Wrongs will happen every day. Great and terrible wrongs, small and petty wrongs. I think reasonably,
Small.
the most anyone can expect to do is to right the wrongs in their corner of the world and make it a better place.
Get that choice. I didn't get that choice. It's nice to think about though.
Choice.
My life hasn't been a choice. I've chosen to help people after certain things have happened to me.
There's always a choice. No one is truly stripped of it.
At this point, Angel stands up and is tired of being talked down to.
I'm not talking down to you, I'm offering advice if I can. I'm old.
Do you know what they say wisdom's worth?
Go on.
The common folk think wisdom ain't worth shit. As long as you're not helping your fellow man, person next to you, what are you worth? I am 2.5 feet tall. It doesn't stop me from trying to make the big things happen.
And it's an admirable thing. All the more that you've succeeded. On a great number of them.
Well, now I have to succeed at other things, like trying to keep the dragons from going to war in the middle of this war. Got Ormer sealed off for that reason. I don't know. I'm just one person.
That's what help is for. You have a lot of friends, I can see.
These are new friends. Lost a lot of them too.
True. Whether to their own decisions or not. Maybe briefing your new friends on things you might need help with wouldn't be a bad thing.
Well, we're trying to stop war from happening. So we're trying to set up trade routes and protection routes for Shihu. Because the changelings need a place to live, and Shihu is kind of technically where they would kind of spawn from in that situation. I can't send them to Githoven. Githoven's too vast, with too much power and too much money. And upside down magic. We couldn't send them anywhere else. We just ended up taking over Shihu because we got rid of a crime boss in Shihu.
So what are you asking me for specifically?
They said you needed trade routes. I need allies.
If you have a means of supplying proper trade back to this house and talking some sense into the mayor, preferably without threat, we do like her.
I can try. And Avery's got a silver tongue too, so that could help.
Then you've got whatever my aged coin purse may provide.
We're gonna
And
fill
you
this
and your
place
friends
up
may
with
have
people.
use of this house if you need it.
You need to fill this place up again. You look lonely.
The noise does help.
Maybe you should start a tavern.
Oh no. Drunkards, we don't accept here.
Do you know what a drunkard is?
I do. We're not turning this place into a tavern.
Well, it's like, we could make it an inn. You could make it an inn. For the weary
Also,
traveler.
no.
Ma would have called it. Would have done it. There's a lot of rooms.
Yes. But I would not take of someone their coin to stay here.
I would. For my children. My children's children.
And I'm
whatever
old
comes
enough
after.
with enough coin that getting more is not an issue.
Violet has no idea what that means. Violet is completely lost on that. She doesn't know what money is. Money is not an issue.
Although getting
Money
old
is-
enough to make use of my will is now moot. So,
Angel puts her hand on Violet's. She's not going to do that kind of a thing. She's been around a lot longer than you or I, and she's been waiting for you for 400 years. She's got to have enough coin as far as family-wise and connection that she's got her situation set up. She's not going to have over 1,000 children like I probably will.
I've been well established and comfortable. On the day
I won't
I
be.
die, I plan to die penniless. What money I have put to very good use. Despite my transformation into something draconic, I make no plans to make a hoard, no matter what greedy instincts I can feel bubbling up beneath the surface.
Question. Do you know how to speak to the High Elves? I haven't been able to get in reach with a couple of the delegates up there.
Depends on which brand of high elf we're speaking of. Which culture they're bound to. Which patterns.
Well, I do know to reach out to Someril, but I don't know where to start. I know that my dad left me some notes, but it's not anything to go on.
You'll have better luck speaking with a Someril high elf with the person who's attached to Violet's hip.
I did not want to approach Halcyon with them. Okay, she looks over at Halcyon. Halcyon, how do I approach the delegates in Hammerl? I just got a vampire to join
Which
our party.
delegates?
I need to stop a war, so I need to try to make them like each other, deal with each
you
other,
want to
and
speak
not
with the
kill each
Defense
other.
Council.
Defense council? Is there like a difference between councils? Is there like the council of poops and the council of farts? I don't know.
It's not that bloody excessive. For large-scale concerns, there are separate councils to focus on those types of problems, so that the various problems are not intermingled to such a degree that they all lose focus on their bigger picture. They may all meet together at some point, yes, but individually there are councils for specific problems. So you want to meet with the Defense Council.
I'm supposed to be offered a bunch of different royals' hands. I don't know who I'm going to be dealing with in that situation with the High Elves.
Council of Rue production dates and festivals. That's more in the Feywild than anything else.
Yeah.
The Someril Defense Council, of which you've got 3 branches.
Okay.
Technically 4.
Okay.
You've got the Coastal Branch,
Okay.
the Southern Branch,
Okay.
the Peak Branch,
Okay.
and the Banagol Branch, more commonly referred to as the Border Branch.
Okay.
So, who's more prudent? Because despite them all being posh bastards, they all have breeds of personal complication.
You mean twists and kinky trouble, considering what
That's
you are.
outside of official business.
Sure.
Nobody goes into a council chamber wearing a bloody ball gag.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
I have heard some things and read some things, and
You've
they're not
read
comfortable.
some illustrated fantasies and particularly illustrious fictions.
I hope
We
so.
have enough common sense to keep things like that behind closed doors.
I hope so. You can tell he does completely perturbed.
You could do what I did, just walk in and just set up shop. V would then snort at the mention of ball gags. Does V know any council members?
V knows her city council. And that man knows a lot of council members.
So, for the Somerillian Hiles, you want to know how to talk with them.
I want to know which letters I am going to be getting in for an offer, because I haven't gotten
Every
any.
single one of them is going to be near garish levels of poetry.
Ah.
You
Okay.
speak with overt eloquence or not at all.
And why haven't I received any letters from them? I've got letters from...
Well, much like an ant, they can get stuck with indecision about how they want to write it. Despite being well-aged and well-eloquent high elves, they are very prone to writer's block. Because they think about one letter and how eloquently it's written and throw away 4 more trying to write it more eloquently. By the time you receive a letter, it will be a fucking scroll. And I highly doubt you will find many words that have less than 4 letters.
So, my normal reading material. I think I want to go see this person in town, because if we're going to set up trade routes up here, because that's what Violet wanted to do. So I can set up trade routes. Avery, you need clothes. Would you like us to get you some more clothes?
Are you familiar with Varesius Mallard?
Varesius Mallard.
Make a
You mean the
history
duck?
check.
Here's Mallard, and shows you can think is what? Oh, it's for a history check?
Yep.
25.
Varesius Mallard. It's a pen name for a high elven romance writer that you have a small collection of.
A small collection, okay.
Yes, it is the Megan standard of small collection, which means it's a goddamn bookcase.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Avery needs to get some clothes though, because Avery looks cold in his outfit. I think he only has one outfit.
Yeah.
Well, on the subject of eloquence, for high elves, he runs the College of Eloquence in Summerhill.
Interesting. Very interesting.
People wonder why bards are horny. He does not help that stereotype. I suspect you may be getting a letter from him at some point, if you're expecting letters from Summerhill delegates, especially given that you're a bard yourself. He may feel some claim to the profession.
Sure. I want to go talk to the person in town. Rachel gets up and goes and gets dressed. No.
What, you asked how to talk to them?
I do want to know how to talk to them, but I'm also...
Put as many syllables in a word as you can muster and make it make sense.
That's easy.
It's a pain in the ass.
I've been doing this since I was like 4. It's also why I got away with cussing most of the time, because you didn't have to cuss to cuss.
Did I say Valesius Mallard or Varesius Mallard?
Varesius Mallard.
That makes sense because it sounds like voracious. Anyway.
She looks over at Violet's grandmother. She comes back down with her outfit on. Takes her like 2 seconds to get dressed. So, question, where is this person in town that I need to speak to who runs this town so I can possibly run a trade route through it? And get Avery some clothes. Vanessa speaking. Hold up.
If you need an inn with summer elves, I can help. Show the thing V made with Avery.
That would be great. That would be great. I need help.
Oh yeah.
And she looks over at the grandmother and she says, I've met with the leader of the Spellbreakers. Or who used to be the leader of the Spellbreakers.
I feel like you meant a leader, not the one.
The leader at the time.
I don't know, I have my doubts. I have my reason to have my doubts.
I didn't say you didn't have your reason to have your doubts. Saying that was what I was informed of.
And as far as the creation of that thing that you're mentioning, Vanessa, give me a percentile to see how well it ends up getting put together. Based on the range of the percentile, this will dictate effectively the standard of attire that can be produced from it. $96, goddamn. Okay. So to be clear, with the nature of this being a magical wardrobe, any attire produced from this particular wardrobe will only last up to 12 hours for wear. But what can be produced is aristocratic in scale, from aristocratic all the way down to, well, all the way down to peasant wear. But it can take any shape, and it can sort of layer itself over anything else that the particular users wear. As far as extending the time in which a particular bit of attire can be worn, that'll take some further enchanting. But anyway. Megan, you okay?
So Violet's going to walk out with everybody to go get. Angel's gonna walk out to go get clothes for Avery in town.
Alrighty. So you venture out and away.
Yeah, we're gonna follow the grandmother to the leader of the town as well.
Fantastic.
Trade routes, mother truckers.
Violet, roll me a history check to see if you remember the name of your hometown.
Great! No, she doesn't. I'm letting you know. She doesn't remember her name of her
Roll
hometown.
me a history check.
The 24.
24? That's good. That works. Okay. So, you remember the name of the town being Arkala. Arkala.
Arkala?
Arkala.
Arkala? Can I stop having soft, pretty music right now? It's making me fall asleep in the middle of D&D. So annoying.
You do remember that strongly enough from your history. It did get basically refreshed upon being here. But it is named actually for the ship of High Elves that originally came here. And eventually kind of transitioned into Snow Elves over time. Which, in and of itself, that ship's name loosely translated to Ocean Star.
Okay.
Before getting iterated into a Snow Elven dialect.
Does she look like her mother?
Given how strikingly you look like your grandmother, I imagine so.
People give me wild wide birth like they did my mother. It's really uncomfortable.
Given people... Well, you know what? Given how isolated your grandmothers had to be, roll just a general history check for the populace as you guys start to sort of filter into town here.
Angel's a gnome. That's a foreigner right there, bro. Look at that tiny foreigner. Looks over at Avery. Look at this tiny foreigner. Look at this tall
Christian.
foreigner. Look at this dragon foreigner.
Is there some- yeah.
It's over at Shannon.
Yeah, there is snow on the path. The path itself is well kept, so it's maybe a few inches. But that said, there are walls of snow along where it's been paved, just away from the walkways that reach up about 3.5 feet or so. That seem to again have sort of cleared and carved out pathways that lead to structures and other sorts of things within the town. And as you guys, of course, venture in, with a natural 19 from the populace, for the most part, you guys are being given a wide berth, both from familiarity with Violet's visage, also just the notice of foreign peoples here, as Kirin as an island, let alone a Kantan space, very rarely visited. If ever, as at least for a lot of normal folk, it's a place met with a lot of superstition. Just as well, even while you enter the town, it seems like there's even for those less magically inclined, an ambient sense of just sort of a passive, cryomantic magic, just radiating off of everything. There's a soft snowfall that seems to just fall within its borders on the regular. Most of the structures and buildings here, there's a clear elven edge and make to them with the flowiness and the sort of natural, almost floral structure to them, but they seem carved of ice, almost as if, as much as I hate to make this reference, Elsa from Frozen decided to make a city instead of one fucking castle. With that as well, they are still woven into what trees do exist here, in them being sort of coniferous pines and interjoined with these things. There are some structures that even still are somewhat cabin-like, some of them having just the barest echoes and notes of old shipwood and then that sort of curvature, each of them sort of in bits and pieces, as if possibly taken from, with each sort of major older building, a piece of an old ship that the town may have been named for. And let's see here. Vi would not be wearing her usual armor, going around in more casual, regular attire. Fair enough.
So is Angel, but Violet, because she doesn't have anything about her nice dress, is wearing one of her nicer dresses.
Yeah. It is another note as well that, especially on some of the, well, actually most of the ice here is fairly smooth, fairly well kept. It doesn't seem like rough and frosted and sort of rough carved. It is all, again, very, very well smoothed out and very, for sake of a proper reference, very curved and sort of Art Nouveau in its structure. To the extent we're even looking at some of the reflective nature of the ice around you, you swear you see an aurora reflecting off of a lot of it. Upon deeper inspection of some of that reflective, aurora, you realize it's a very heavily magnified reflection of an aurora in the sky, which during the daylight is mostly hidden, though you do just see the barest flits of that color through the daylight clouds, further amplified in the ice here. There's, again, that ambient magic that just radiates in the place.
Angel's going to look around like, wow, this is so cool. I've never been in a place where there's snow. She throws up a snowball at Nicodemus. Right in the face.
You did not expect this to be so fucking cold when you touch it. Because, you've touched soil before, but, this soil's wet and cold and your knuckles are starting to stiffen up. And, you've dealt with cold-powered monsters before, and it's not dissimilar to that.
I live in the Underdark.
Yeah?
As cold as the mud in the Underdark.
It doesn't snow in the Underdark still.
Doesn't have to snow in the Underdark. It's still
the mud also doesn't melt into frigid fucking water when it touches you.
Yeah, but I have my Evanstone on.
That's fair. And the Evanstone does serve to keep you warm overall, but still touching snow does have the sensation that touching snow provides.
She's wearing her red dragon coat.
Okay, you still touch snow with your bare hands and make a ball. That's my point. There is that experience.
Yeah, I know, but she's excited. It's wet and cold. It is cool. She's like, Avery, it's cold and wet. She puts it on your face a little bit.
Okay, you get
cold
snow
and
mushed
wet.
into your
Indeed, it
face.
is.
Which,
So, like,
oddly
all
enough,
the
is
time-
somewhat
like,
refreshing
like,
given how fucking drowsy you are. Although, unfortunately, for every male in the party, you do feel something go down 3 sizes.
I'm unaffected.
For the most part, I don't manifest genitalia unless the situation calls for them.
That's fair.
You know what? I think we need to seem a little less intimidating. She whistles into her necklace and out pops Archimedes.
V snorted, chuckling at said reaction. You should try swimming in colder climates. It's a fun sensation.
We should do it, Nicodemus. It'll be so cool.
What are you even talking about, love?
Huh?
What are you even talking about, love?
Swimming in cold places. It'll be awesome.
And as most of you are even still given a wide berth. You know what, let me make another roll. Oh. Some bitch from the more avoidant crowd. Well, you know what? Violet.
Okay.
Does a 19 hit you?
No.
Okay, a snowball whizzes by your face, and as it smacks to the ground, you see a stone roll out from the crushed snow within the snowball. The snowball wrapped around a rock that was aimed square at your head, narrowly avoided simply by bad aim. Looking over, you see a middle-aged looking snow elf. And he grumbles, "Fucking Nepo baby," and begins to just trot off back into town.
The Angel's response to the vicious mockery. I have a bigger dick than you too. It's nice to meet you.
You're actively using vicious mockery? Okay. That is a saving throw from him, correct? Be kind.
Charisma.
That is a 7. He fails. Roll damage.
It's only 4 points of damage. I'm only gonna do the D4.
Plus your no, you have to. You cast the spell. You got to use its full range.
Plus the modifier? Plus
Yeah.
the 20?
You can't pull your punches on this shit. It's vicious mockery.
With a nat 1 for my damage.
It's not a roll to hit. Okay, so hold on.
It's
Let me double
just
check
vicious
here.
mockery. I get a
Mockery.
1d4.
You get more than that at this level.
No. It depends on what level you cast it at.
It is cantrip.
Uh-huh. So a
Okay.
1d4.
At this level, it's 5d4.
Yes, but I have more control on that, Joe. At this point. That's what my vestige allows me to do. Don't make me hit this man with so many d4. Just 1d4.
Okay, so I can't. Well, part of me wants to say after you say I have a bigger dick than you, he just fucking dies, but.
No. Then he would have died from the dick. That's not okay.
He died from the dick
Okay.
after pulling a dick move. It's thematic.
No, just 1d4. I want to control it. I want to just 1d4. I don't want to kill.
Roll an Arcana check.
Yes. That is a natural 20 for the Arcana. Thank you, dice.
Okay, 1 damage. His nose
Ah.
bleeds. After the implication that you have a bigger dick than him.
Wow, you must really be thinking about something sensual, shouldn't you?
And he
Then walks
continues
away.
to trudge off into the snow with a trail of red, just slowly dropping into the snow and dyeing it a brighter color.
Violet says, thank you. Looks over Vernestra. I don't think they're very nice here. What's a nepotism, baby? Oh. Oh. Avery,
Yes.
what do you want to get to wear?
To voice what Venestra is saying so that Stream knows.
Someone who gets benefits from a cushy job to their parents. Violet in response goes, well, they have that wrong. Very wrong.
I don't know, something.
We're gonna find a clothier first for Avery. Cause she's gonna be dying of cold.
Alrighty. So you guys go looking around for a tailor of some kind. Or at least some general clothing shop. Easy enough to find. In the small town that it is, everything is plainly and brightly and largely labeled. Given that, if you're not careful, snow blindness can even happen in town. If it's a bright enough day. And you come up to a little store by the name of the Winter Waistcoat.
Your waistcoat?
Spelled out in plain common,
Ah,
despite
cool.
the fact that for the most part it's an elven population and those that speak common are less, well, plentifully here. But then again, common is a language that everybody speaks. So
That's the point of common.
yeah. Either way, the Winter Waistcoat. And even seeing the sort of, again, translucent, well-polished ice that comprises most of the building, you can window shop essentially without even having to enter. There are racks upon racks of sort of clothes made of skins, made of imported fibers, made of all sorts of things, though most of it still thick and sleeved to account for winter weather, at least toward the front, with the anticipation of foreigners, with some far more sparsely protected clothing toward the back, and definitely it seems based on the mannequins that they're placed upon, more well-fitted to elven figures. Do you all venture within?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do I roll something to like? I want to pick out the sexiest coat. Is that investigation or perception?
Given that you're probably, as new customers in a foreign place, not most likely going to be allowed to rifle through what you see, we'll go with perception first.
Okay. Well, perception is a +3. Wait, no, so that's a total of 14.
14. Sexiest coat. As far as definition of sexiest, there is, at least as far as what you're being presented with, the idea that maybe less barrier between the outside world and what lies beneath would be the closer thing to a definition of sexy, at least at the moment. And so, toward the back, toward the more strictly elven-shaped wear, would be where you're mostly headed. And there are a number of jackets at your disposal as you approach, though, at least as far as looking for something that's strictly revealing, that will take a bit of time.
I figure in a world of magic, you can have a fabric that is completely invisible, yet still warm.
Does V have to duck into the shop? Oddly, no. Well, at least not as much as you'd expect.
There was a Goliath in the town. Yeah, no.
Yeah, not as much as you'd expect. You do have to duck a little bit, just given the sheer level of your height. But for the most part, the doors and even the ceilings do seem to be fit, to some degree, to Goliath in town, as well as, though you've sparsely been able to notice them specifically, sort of. Brain just turned off a little bit. Furbolg. This is not specifically the sort of cattlekin variety that you would expect to see down in Banagal, but the sort of more that look like folk that are literally just smaller variants of giants. Almost like a bunch of Hagrids walking around, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Angel is going to climb on top of the counter and ring the bell, as you do when you go into the shop.
So you climb onto the counter. I need you to make a dex save, not to slip, because it's made of ice too.
Okay, Gossam. Totally smart. totally doing this.
Let's get up to ring the
16 plus 10. So my agility is 10.
DC was like 5. Yeah. You climb up onto there, and there is no bell like a traditional service bell, but there are ice chimes that do say in Elven, ring for service.
She's going to use a gust of wind, like when she was learning to blow her dragon breath for the first time, and just gently blow the chimes to not burn everything.
Alright. And they do trill and begin to just kind of rock back and forth. And you hear, "I'll be down in a moment." And you hear, first of all, a lot of slipping, sliding, some tripping, and then heavier footfalls. A second set of heavier footfalls, wandering its way down alongside this other, this other source of sound. Despite there being an ice wall behind you, behind the counter, you can barely see just the fine lines of stonework behind it. So this area specifically is, at least to some degree, obscured from the rest of the store. Before what eventually wanders out is stocky, lodge-faced, and very giant-like in his physique, but there are elements of it that are chiseled, and through the heavy, tuft, sort of bright, frosty white beard and blued skin, the twinges of pointed ears. Sort of a half-elven furbolg, from what you can see. And wandering up next to him, seemingly a half-halfling, specifically, a half-halfling snow elf. There's that stature that emanates halfling, those large feet, that sort of haired covering on it, but then that still slender aspect, and those pointed ears, and that pallid-ish skin, not to mention the frosted tips on the hair.
Violet is following Avery and helping him look for some most revealing clues.
Welcome to the Winter Waistcoat. What can I do for you?
Hello.
Hi.
We need an outfit.
You have very dark
ours.
skin for this area. You're not from around here.
No.
I would.
That was not a
My name-
prejudicial statement. I mean, there's not been anyone of that complexion around. We don't get visitors.
I'm Angel. It's nice to meet you.
I'm Avery.
Angel, Avery, is everybody gonna have A names? Am I gonna have to struggle through alliteration here, please? Don't tell
This
me.
is Finestra, points at the tall woman.
Thank God.
And this is Xanon. And this is Nicodemus. She points behind her to Nicodemus.
One at a
and that
time.
is
One at a
Halcyon.
time. Half of me is still Furbolg. Gotta take it slow.
So, and this is Violet. Evergreen.
Look, I can't lose what customers I still have. I'm gonna need to ask you to leave.
Oh boy. She pulls out a silver coin from her pocket that whispers. You just lost
Why is he telling us to leave?
big mistake.
The loyalty of what customers I have is pretty fragile, and if they find out that an evergreen is in my store, no offense, you all look like wonderful people, I'm gonna be fucked out of any income that I have for the next 6 months at
She puts-
best.
Can I get some player clarification, please? What the fuck is an evergreen?
Evergreen is
Violet's
Violet's
last name
last
is
name.
Evergreen's last name.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Evergreen tree.
Okay, so like, there's some like bad family history. Got it.
She pulls out a silver coin that whispers and puts it on the table.
Make a persuasion check. No advantage despite the coin, just a flat persuasion.
It is a 35, DM.
You can't look like yourself when you leave. You can change that after you're out. Can't let anybody see you leaving this building. He takes the
I'm letting
coin.
you know that Violet's hand turns into a paw as she reaches across the table. I won't be the same person when we leave.
I mean, no offense. People they've had a lot of decades to get very stuck in their ways. They're harsh enough on those of mixed breed in here, despite the presence of people other than elves. They're fine with people of normal sort, like the Goliaths, like the Furbolgs, and what have you, when they're on. It gets complicated here. Just, we would be looking over the various clothes in the shop. Do any of the clothing styles look like something people in Summerall would want to buy? Well, go ahead and you give me a perception check.
I'm going to give you a little insight. Miss Evergreen has a backing of the Underdark for 2 areas of the Underdark behind her.
Okay, cool. I don't do politics, lady. I don't know what that means.
I get that. I know they're a little stuck in their ways. She puts a second coin on the table. You won't ever have to
I'm gonna
worry
have to give
for
that one
money again.
back.
No.
too much money this way is a whole other kind of suspicion. We're not a big enough town for that kind of to get swept under the rug. We don't get enough trade for that to get
This is your rainy day
dealt
fund.
with.
You need to get away.
I got no reason to run. They got no reason to make me. That's not my issue.
Okay.
I'd just rather not be ostracized by my fellow townsfolk for having too much of a good thing. I know that sounds counterintuitive.
Can you tell me why this entire town let a little girl be put in the abyss by a hag?
I'm sorry, what?
Why did the nepotism in this town put a little child inside of the abyss?
Okay, so I don't know if my appearance gives it away. I'm only half elf, and I don't live as long as the full ones do.
Oh, okay.
I got
Thank
no memory of whatever the hell. I know what she looks like because I know what her grandmother looks like. Does that make sense? I'm slipping into Southern a little bit.
It's okay.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Well, I'm going to let everyone pay here, and I will put her into disguise as she leaves. They will be none the wiser.
I'll hold you to that. You all look like you can handle yourselves, and I should hope that you got enough resourcefulness to make that work.
I need to know where the person who runs this town is.
So, I don't know if you noticed, every major building in this place has got a bit of a piece of the original Arcala ship on it. Just look for the one that's got, that's got a helm's wheel sticking out the top, kind of like a medallion. It's not that hard to miss, because she got it framed up in more ice like a big star. We don't need the necessity of subtlety here, because again, not that many visitors. That's why everything looks so fucking pretty and isn't like all dull and trying to blend in.
Alright, well, I will handle what I can.
Right.
I am just going to let everyone get what they need. Angel sits by the door with her arms crossed over her chest, considering she already has winter wear.
Speak up. If you'd like to discuss a business partnership to sell stuff to Salmaril, as well as offer the townspeople such opportunities to ship goods far away, let me know. Outward shipments. Something we've been trying to reestablish. There have been issues with a number of foreign sea creatures lately. Not to mention... What did I set that alarm for? It's 3 hours for something. Oh, right, for turning off the AC and switching to the fan. Well, the fan's already on because now it's raining. As such, there's been rumor of like a mutant dragon turtle as well. That said, dragons hadn't been around for. I mean, I hadn't been. I think I was just a kid when they stopped being around.
Do you want to see one?
One thing at a time. You already handed me superstition coin. Gonna have to figure out through a lot of logistics how the hell I'm gonna get that exchanged.
She swaps the gold amount on the table.
Crepes lady, I don't have a good place to store that. One thing at a time. Can you give me back the weird coin?
Make your mind. Which one do you want?
Like I said, let me figure out the legit. Let me slow down. Good gods. Okay. What in Grianne's ass hat brought you all into this shop? Because this is, look, I need to, I'm a little bit shocked here.
I want a coat that makes
He
me
wants
look pretty.
clothes that are warm.
clothes, they're warm. We got that. Closer to the front of the store for people who aren't, sea elf fashionistas.
I would shapeshift into a snow elf. That is what these
Sorry, snow elf
populace is.
fashionistas.
Yeah.
There are sea elves that pop in every now and then because of the coast.
That is the populace, right?
Snow elf for the most part, yeah.
Yeah. I'd shapeshift into a snow elf to demonstrate it doesn't really fucking matter. Fit.
Where was this monster been hunting?
You're a
In the
changeling.
coast.
Okay, so you are all
Bingo.
just a collection of fucking... You're all a black powder bomb waiting to happen?
You have
Are D&D parties a rarity in this world? Like,
this far north, yes.
Fuck
okay.
yes, they are.
She looks over at the man. She goes, "You have no idea."
And yeah, they're supposedly mutant dragon turtle. As you mentioned, they're big, gigantic dragon blade. Okay, you got some tall folks around here, and we know tall folks. I'm somewhat tall myself. Let's just one thing at a time. I'm sorry, you all gave me your names. I didn't give you mine.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
I am Garavan Volstrom.
You're Van Volstrom.
Caravan Volstrung.
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 Like you're choking on on an apple.
And then you know there's a little pink dragon head that pops out of your angel's hair.
Right. So hold on. I gotta get a chair and sit down here. He walks back into the
Avery.
obscured back room, drags out just a very old, at this point, petrified but sea-weathered wooden barrel that, as he sets it into place, you can hear something sloshing around inside of it, despite it practically having been stone-sealed.
Is it like a water chair?
And he sits down onto the barrel. Okay, so yeah, okay, you all are a lot. Also on the subject of introductions, that's Neffy Volstrom. That's my half sister. As he points to the halfling snow elf.
She reaches up, charmed.
And Neffy takes your hand, does not make a sound. She's mute. Born not really talking. She can make noises. She can really speak normal, but she can understand languages.
I think I could relay if she wants to speak. I could act as her vocal box for now until we leave.
She shrugs.
I mean, up to you. I'm not it wouldn't make any difference to me.
Honestly, it's a nice balance of being able to vent my thoughts without being vocally judged by somebody. She looks at the rest of you, just cocking an eyebrow, yeah, it's my brother. Yeah, he's annoying. that's the immediate vibe that look gives.
Neffy, do you want to see something cool?
The eyebrow cocks a little higher.
She whistles, and out out of her necklace comes Archimedes.
And she does vocalize the sound. It's this kind of little vocalization of shock, seeing a big-ass dire corgi.
Hi, buddy. You want to say hi to Neffy?
Neffy actually signs, may I pet it.
Yes. She signs back. The one thing that angels are working on is sign language.
Right, so on the subject of that, your dragon lady friend seems a little interested in the dragon turtle. May I ask why you want to go? You seem like you want to go on a bit of a suicide mission.
I'm wearing dragon skin, sir.
That what that is? I thought that was just really colorful.
Do you want some? I still have some left.
I'm a tool. Let me get back to you on that. Look, I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to go into a panic attack from everything you guys are showing me without stopping here.
Watching Avery. I was over here watching Avery try on all these clothes. No, that one doesn't match your eyes. Something else. It's like you say, something else. That one doesn't match your eyes. Something
Let's
nicer.
read
You
off
wanna look?
what Vanessa's saying.
Okay, I will read it.
I'm a huntress. Sending off beasts that are causing issues is my thing.
Agreed.
V was still awaiting information on where said beast was, a new beast to hunt.
Great. So, there's a bit of an inlet lock, right, where we let usually sea trade filter in. Lock's been broken for a while. A lot of people have given it a wide berth of about a mile. It's gotten kind of deserted in the last few months because this fucking thing, excuse my Elvish, frankly, took up shop there. It's chilling out, eating anything that gets too close, and I mean anything. There haven't been seagull sounds there for a minute. It's eerily quiet.
That sounds like something to kill later. That's what Angel's thinking of an Astra. Sounds like fun.
But at any rate, to answer your question more thoroughly, I mean, if you're insisting on making this a one-time meeting, and I have to say an unfortunate farewell to someone on a suicide mission, that's, I think about, I'm not great with directions, I make clothes. It's like 40 miles, like southeast, and he points off to the northwest.
Ask around.
Either
Some more
way,
directions.
it's your funeral, and we don't really hold funeral services for foreigners unless you got next to kin in town to claim you. So it's just kind of a you might have to make peace with an air burial or a sea burial, whichever you'd like, really.
How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, me? I'm about 200 and 209. Give or take a few months. Some nights pretty long, so it's hard to keep track of the days sometimes.
Do you worship Piff?
I mean, I worship Grianne's, the archfey of the Winter Court. We're kind of surrounded by winter. It makes a bit of sense if you ask me.
We survive, I'll bring you a surprise.
Whatever you say, you haven't really stopped in the last 2 minutes.
I don't usually stop. Nestor says... Sounds like our fluffy friend was used to help restore her name. Yes.
Knowing the folks in town, they'll find some excuse to still call it inherited bullshit. It's just me.
No, that's a hag.
What's this about a hag?
There's a hag in the forest. Or there used to be.
I mean, depends. Are we talking about the frost hag? Because she's been a bit of a thing.
She killed children apparently at one point.
Okay,
I hear
okay.
Violet's ears kind of perk.
You and I might be talking about different. What she was a frost maiden originally, about 6 months ago, before she fully transitioned. People have been going to her for deals, means of getting food on the table and things. Nothing she's collected yet, but.
Okay. Thank you for your time. And Avery, she looks at Avery. Did you pick out some things?
Don't recall her name specifically. I think it's like Oba or something. Lady Oba.
Lady Oba, I would love to talk to you some more, sir. But we're gonna finish purchases here.
No offense. I'd rather you not. Again, like suspicion with the shopping. I appreciate your candor and your patronage and whatever you plan to buy. If you plan on showing up again. I got a crawl space entrance. Take that. Don't come in the front door. You're already drawing unwanted attention. Like,
God damn.
look, I got a written out map here. Look here. This is where the crawl space entrance is. It's behind. It's kind of tucked in the alleyway. No one should notice if you come in. I'd be more than happy to host you. I can make.
Tell me where we can find the leader of the city.
I can make coffee. Again. Look for the building with the big Helms wheel on top that she added additional ice to make it a big ice star. Again, we don't have to worry about the concern of subtlety in this town. It's kind of hard to miss if you go looking for it.
Are you sure you don't have to worry about subtlety in this town?
Not typically. We don't get visitors. Except for the vampire problem. That's,
can you do me a big favor and get my friends suited up here?
People have been a lot less
Xanon?
inviting since that's been a problem.
Can you do me a big favor? Can we get our two friends, Xanon and Avery, suited up, and we'll talk about trade routes later?
The Dragon Man and the Changeling suited up in, what do you need? What do you...
He likes anything that's revealing. She waves over at Avery.
For what?
Does a revealing coat exist?
Well, make a persuasion check, Avery.
What do you mean persuasion? That was a question.
Yeah.
The Emperor's new cloak right here.
And he's considering, based on the amount of sheer overstimulus he's had, like what might get him to reveal this.
Persuasion? You sure?
Yeah.
I rolled a 10, so that's a total of 26.
Okay, and he effectively does a stage whisper, where it's that whisper tone, but everybody can fucking hear it. There were these couple of Samaril high elven sailors that came in wanting to deal with the dragon turtle problem, and they're fucking dead. But he paid me some good money for a commission. I got it finished, kind of more out of solidarity than anything, right? Because it's an elaborate piece. It's not at all like Snow Elven standard of like formal and appropriate, but it's an elaborate piece.
I want to detect thoughts on what kind of model he would picture this coat on.
Okay. Detect thoughts?
Yes.
Surface thoughts. Took me 3 times as long to make this fucking thing than it would any other piece because of the amount of fucking straps hidden under the goddamn robes.
All right. Deeper. I want to see like how he envisions it looking on someone.
You want to push? Go. What kind of saving throw does he have to make?
It would be a wisdom, I believe. Let me just double check on what. Detect thoughts. And it's wisdom 18.
Natural 6.
Yeah, we've kind of disoriented this man.
Sparkly bondage imp Grim Reaper.
Okay, whatever that is, I transform into it.
I really don't know how you got on that train of thought. I feel more inclined than ever to ask you to leave my store, but I'm afraid to ask you to leave looking like that.
I think you should be.
I figured this would be the right
You know what? How much are you willing to pay for something like what? Yeah.
How much are you gonna charge me for?
I'm asking you.
I
Surface
don't
thoughts.
know how much gold I
How
have.
much can I get from these people to take it off of my fucking hands?
Angel hands him
I feel violated for
I
having
don't
you.
have any money. I have plenty of other things.
Angel slide. I'm letting you. Angel Slider hands you a bag of 1,000 gold.
I flick him a coin out of the bag.
Just one?
Persuasion
wants to
check at disadvantage.
He wants to get rid of it. I want to see how. He's not naming a price, so. Oh fuck. Well, that's not a great roll, but well, it can't. Just to make sure, but I don't think it can be worse. It can be worse. Okay. That's 4 plus 16, so that's a soft 20.
Yeah, fuck it. Here,
Soft.
before you get cold feet like every other goddamn elf in this town.
Sick.
He goes into the back
I
room
get
and he
into
produces still hung on the mannequin. Again, at least as far whatever you picture in your mind for that goddamn description I gave you, it's that. There's the undershirt.
What was the description? Sparkly Grim Reaper.
Sparkly Grim Reaper.
Super.
Sparkly Grim Reaper bondage gimp.
Like, I want this. This is what I want.
So there is a hood and cloak that looks, befitting of any sort of groundskeeper or graveyard keeper that you would ever see. There is a full matching sparkly black leather face mask that goes
What?
over it. Instead of full eye exposure, there is simply an eye covering with a series of holes to allow you to barely see through it. And then there's just an exposed chest that is sparkly fishnet and then covered in several belt straps, similarly adorning down to the legs, but everything is like pull one button and something opens up.
This is amazing. Only downside, I walk into a pole. Ow. I can't see.
See, that's the thing. Like that bit, it comes off. He puts his hand inside of the hood and he unbuckles something and he pulls it away like it's a sleeping mask, and there's suddenly just almost like a ski mask opening for the eyes.
Ooh, take me to dinner first.
No offense.
Awesome.
Some
You
are
know
real
what?
high elves are freaks. No offense, in case anybody knows any of these people. Halcyon just kind of tries
Points
not
over
to
at
sneeze.
Halcyon.
No, I feel like I feel like I'm robbing you. So here, I'm gonna pay you double my
Fuck,
initial
just-
offer, and I flick him another coin.
Toss a coin to a disturbed and disgruntled tailor. Oh, trauma plenty.
Violet has already walked out of the building, completely changed and shifted into a dog form.
So that, please, you, sir, for love
Okay,
all
okay.
that
I'm
is
leaving.
sane,
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
he's looking at Halcyon. For the love of all that is sane, tell me you don't have a commission. Well, actually, no, I'm fucking with you.
I'm going to tell you, sir, if you want to do business with people outside of your city, you're going to have to get a bigger spine.
My spine's already pretty big, physically speaking.
Then maybe you should get a
It's
stronger
thicker than
one.
your arm, by the way. But
Great. Get a stronger one.
my point is, I have standards for the type of attire I carry. I can get to somewhat revealing and sensual, but that's a couple of steps too far.
It's just what you do.
Okay, it's not what I do. There are other tailors for that in other places. I try to create things that are relatively family friendly.
I'm going to give you a little
That
information.
may be family friendly insofar as you can make a family while wearing that. It's not my point.
Sir, we paid you well.
You did. I appreciate that.
I need you to outfit Shannon,
Some of us,
and then
anyway.
we'll be leaving your shop.
And the same kind of thing, because I don't have two of those.
No.
I also don't have one that could fit that scales and or account for the tail either.
My clothes are fine.
All right, then fine.
Oh, he's
You-
fine.
You said that the bag of gold was 1,000 coins. Was it 1,000
gold
gold?
coins? Yes.
Okay, then I still have 998 gold
Yes,
coins.
you're fine.
He's just taking that as a payday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
fine.
taking that
she,
now.
She caught him. She caught it. She's okay. She looks over it.
Matter of
Sand.
fact, actually,
I had 0 in my inventory, so I'm actually.
Yeah.
on the subject of actually the crawl space entrance, would you like to exit through there? Well, actually, no, that would look suspicious because you came in the front door. Just look through the front door. Just if you
No,
wanna
I
come
think
back.
I would need a minute to change though.
Right. Anybody else near one anything that isn't? I don't have anything else like that that I'm in a rush to get off of my hands. But you know,
She pulls out a arm's length, not of her arm, but his arm's length of yellow dragon skin and puts it on top of his table. That's just for you, for your trouble.
okay. Do you want me to make something out of that? Because
You do what you want to do with it. Common courtesy for the risk. And I'm going to tell you something. Do not treat that woman that walked in here like that ever again.
look, I'm very much trying to be polite here. I apologize up front for any offense I caused, and he just casts that out to the group. I just need. I was
know you need
concerned
to-
for
I know.
my ability to make a living.
I will address that today.
Okay. All the same,
I will not let anybody know that we came in. I will just say you are a kind shopkeep and be thankful for your business. Should she come back in here again, she will use the crawl space. Don't ever treat her like that again.
I understand that. Again, I apologize for any offense I may have caused, directly or inadvertently.
What a nice 400 years coming home, too.
I wasn't around when you left. I apologize.
I'm talking about her, not me.
All right.
And she works for every penny she owns. Killing hags, just so you know.
I see.
You know how there were vampires around here before?
Yeah.
There's not anymore.
Right.
Have a nice day, sir. Angel walks
You
out of the
will.
store.
May your unique flakes pattern a great future.
May the great love goddess light your way, sir.
I don't know that one. I don't really deal with the divines. But I appreciate the sentiment. Thank
Two
you.
whistles at Archimedes. Let's go.
You have bacon?
I have bacon.
What about him? He smelled like smoke. Like a lot of it.
She looks over at Archimedes. I want you to vault towards that big building with the thing star on it, because I want to beat Violet there.
Okay. Sorry, stuck in the wrong voice. Okay.
Does everybody follow? Because Avery's strutting out in that outfit.
Where is he going?
Violet is already running full speed towards that stupid building that he gave the directions to.
I've probably... Oh, this is gonna sound wrong. I've probably mounted Violet.
V already left.
job,
Y'all got to
bud.
catch up. Apparently.
Yeah.
But not in the sexual, like, on writing. No, I can't make it sound good.
She looks over at Nicodemus. I need Navarre.
Gotcha, love. Hi.
I need you to follow me in.
Okay.
She scratches under his chin.
Yeah. Lower.
No, not now. You know we're gonna either bust our way into this building. What do we see when we approach this building?
Well, again, Violet's grandmother was advised to be kind to her. She's a nice lady. It's just...
She's trying to be nice. That just turned everything sour.
Who's that?
There's a cat in the background making a noise.
The cat's food just went off.
As
Let's go
you
get him
all...
food.
He's got automatic beer
he's
for
got
his
it,
dry food. For his dry food.
As you all bolt toward this epicenter building, you do enter sort of a major sort of thoroughfare of the town where it sort of rounds out. It's sort of almost patterned out a little bit. Excuse me, like maybe a snowflake, or even itself like a helm's wheel, this sort of center of town. And you can see this sort of large, almost in its rounded point, elven, but still ship-inspired in shape, designed building where at its very top, almost like similar to where you would see an ornamentation from like a temple or a church, an old at this point petrified or frozen over wooden helm's wheel, where the pegs on the helm's wheel seem to extend out in sort of a star point on each peg, with just long sort of smoothed out spears of ice that seem to almost catch what sunlight and aurora does come here to almost make it look like it glows in a nearly hypnotic pattern. Very carefully patterned. Well, not in regards to the spell, but it's that sort of visual. It's very, very alluring.
I'm letting you know Violet makes it first.
Alrighty. And what you do find up front are, of course, series of steps and very enlarged doors that are not dissimilar to what you would expect to see from the captain's quarters on an elven naval vessel, except these are still, strictly speaking, made of ice.
Is there a guard there?
There are a couple of snow elven guards themselves, covered in some fairly well-studded furred and leathered armor, and leathered armors, each having sort of a long sort of harpoon spear at each of their sides. Each of those spears is effectively and essentially wreathed in ice and icicles falling from them. One looks in your direction, one of his eyes clearly, seemingly carved out just from
With that
some
naked studded leather man on her back. Yes. Sorry.
one of his eyes, his left eye, clearly carved out from some decades-old conflict. The other eye looking at you with a stern and appraising gaze.
Would I be
Form at this
wrong on assuming the description you've given for Avery's current outfit is kind of similar to the original 3D model art textures? Like, yeah.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah.
So, Violet's in full dog form.
Haven't seen beast folk around here in a long while. What is your business?
No Queen for 400 years and we shunned every door I came to. You let the children go missing and then you let
Whatever.
us die.
Right. So it's not midnight. You're not some poltergeist. I'm going to ask you to take a few steps back and state your business.
I would say Angel would probably walk up right about then. Archimedes is fast enough.
And as he states this calmly as he is, they are both now firmly grasping their harpoons, ready to
Angel is wearing her red dragon skin dress.
defend themselves if need be. No. I haven't seen many of your kind in these parts. I'm assuming you're with this one. What is your business?
Yes, I am with Violet Evergreen.
What is your business?
I
His
would like
face
to
turning with
know
familiarity toward that name.
why you had to hunt a child, and why you let a hag kill her, or at least send her to the abyss in a dog form.
A strong assumption when you've just met me. You don't know who I am or what business even I personally had part in. I don't speak for the rest of my fellows. So, what is your business?
So, Rivenestra, I don't know, I'm trying to judge what I'm going to do right now.
The other guard to the other side, staying silent, stern, his armor coming full with a face covering as well as he again just holds stiff and tense with his harpoon.
I was thinking about trading with this city, but if they're going to let the children go missing, things like that happen, maybe I shouldn't. We were going to help the town. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe that's not in our best interest.
You assume and accuse a lot. It seems maybe not in our best interest to let you through this door.
Angel's back at this moment.
Say that again?
Navarre is at Angel's back right now.
Particularly with that thing behind you.
It's called a drake. Now a
I'm
dragon.
aware of what it's called.
There's a dragon in my hair, sir.
And such admittance is only proving more potential danger from you. You will not be threatened to open
Then I'm
this
not
door.
going to be a push. Then I'm not going to be a pushover either.
We will not be threatened to open this door. Now make your case. State your business, or please do retreat in whichever direction you came from. If you would speak up. I'm here to help your town. From what I've been told, there's a monster occupying your trade routes. For information on that, you'd have to speak with the Adventurers Guild first to get clearance, even to speak with the mayor. It's a little bit run down in light of the fact that there are few adventurers at best. At least here.
Violet, can you get down, please? You see Angel walk up to her. Please. She puts her hand on Violet's nose. Please. Please. I need you to calm down because I can't stop you. Violet shifts down to her normal form, pulling her dress on. Putting Avery on the ground next to her because he was on her shoulders.
The concerned physical body language of recognition when he heard the name Violet Evergreen. All the further tenses seeing her physically. But he still keeps his attention trained on the lot of you.
Can I roll an insight check, DM?
Certainly. And to also state what Vanessa is getting at. That's so. Query for you then. How many of your adventurers have killed the Lord of a Lair of the Abyss?
How many of them have killed a god?
Tall orders.
There's no goddess named Vistris anymore. She's not been taken over.
Tall orders, regardless. Any inquiries about the beast are to be met with the Adventurers Guild first before you are to be let through these doors.
And nice to know, Violet says, it's really nice to know that my father's family is such a
And
bunch
what
of
did you
bastards.
what did you say the insight check was?
I have a natural 20 on insight for Angel, and for Violet, I got a 19 plus 6.
Modified total for Angel.
27.
27. There's a recognition that is clear also in the eyes, not just recognition of the name, but of the visage. And there is a clear wince in his eyelids, not dissimilar to a shock of pain on seeing her. Not fear, not anger, pain. Not even disgust.
He takes Violet's hand, squeezes it. It's the recognition that there's things she can't see. Violet, the much taller woman, basically squeezes Angel's hand. Like a child in a mother situation, but in the reverse. It's a weird moment.
Oh, please. Lest we needlessly make a scene, I would suggest going to the guild before approaching us again. His voice less firm and more so now pleading. In light of the look that you recognize. It clearly reads, especially with that insight check, of don't make me use this weapon. It reads as a man who doesn't want to be in this position.
can let your higher up know that the daughter of Pip wants to see him. Or wants to see them at their earliest convenience. I'll be
Understood.
at whatever the house is over there on the hill. So, any type
The
of
Evergreen
correspondence.
Manor, yes.
He scratches Navarre's chin. Come on, Halcyon. Don't want to get your papa mad either. Come on, Avery.
I'm coming.
You do notice, even just despite the wide berth that many people have given you, there's been a lot of freaked out looks. The massive tree that has appeared next to the Evergreen Manor. The massive fucking tree.
A tree?
A tree. It reminds me of, you know what it reminds me of?
A tree? I am no tree.
Tree, I am an ant.
I am an ant the size of a fucking building. Titan Beard, they call me.
So she looks over at Vanestra. Let's go find that Adventurers Guild real fast.
Yeah, Vanestra's
And it's not the
already headed that
size
way.
of your
Yeah,
vine.
we're
that
following it, but we're
matters.
following Vanestra. She just needed to calm Violet down.
Okay. And heading off toward at least the direction of the Adventurers Guild, it's easy enough to just kind of get a general sense of where that most likely is, even without reading the sign, as there's only really one building that seems to be mostly comprised of the sort of armament room of what a ship used to be, where you can see frozen ballistas that kind of make for additional decorative structure, and again, this still very sort of delightfully structured ice-built building.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk in with Vanestra. Angel has dropped. She's wearing red dragon skin as she walks in. She's wearing the dress this time.
Venturing inside, you find an incredibly, like, time has not been kind to this man, aged sea turtle. His shell is like flaked. His scales are beaten up. There are scars all over. Yeah, there are scars all over his form. Long dead barnacles on his body, and there's even sort of marks across his neck where you can see, probably as a young sea turtle, quite not fully aware of his environment, where he probably had to get something that choked him taken off. And even part of where his nose is kind of torn up, but it's all very old wounds. This looks like a turtle that, through different stages of his life, has effectively been put through a meat grinder.
Sorry, but I've recently started watching Dragon Ball, and I'm only thinking of that time that they... Is that the name of the sea turtle that they escorted from the middle of land?
Battle
all the
damage,
way to the
Mr. Turtle. Here we
ocean?
go.
It's Mr. Turtle.
Battle damage, Mr. Turtle.
She walks.
You can see, despite all of this, his eyes
There,
are
she
perfectly
waves.
fine.
Vanestra says,
Yes, that.
She looks over. She says, "Hello. We are Zavor, and we are in the local area, and we would like to handle your dragon turtle problem.
What?
Dragon turtle problem, sir.
What? Hold on. Give me a... One moment. Hold on. Just noticed you even walked in here. He walks over and grabs what looks to be... very clearly a scavenged piece from a skag collection, a small gramophone speaker, and he shoves it into his ear hole and turns it. It is the scarred to shit ear. Say it again. Hi.
Hey, we are Zavor here to handle your dragon turtle problem, sir.
Okay, so who should I make out the death certificates to?
You won't need to, sir.
Like the last 5 groups have said that. But look, I've been I moonlight I moonlight as an undertaker. I've had to make a lot of caskets.
Okay, I have a question. Are there any like signs of worship inside of this room?
There is very clearly, well, many of the people in the city you've clearly seen like Fey worship signs. There are medallions to Haldesix all around this guy, and so him moonlighting as an undertaker seems like it almost takes a nearly clerical meaning quite quickly.
Kind of. Let's see what Vanessa says. Meep would pull out her demon's head and scarf of holding.
Okay, that's...
He's a lord of the abyss, sir.
Right, okay, I don't know what that means. We're a very remote outpost out here. I don't get most of the normal resources.
The former goddess mistress has fallen to our hands, sir.
I don't get a lot of the normal resources from a lot of the adventuring guilds out here. I don't have the books to know what the fuck you're talking about.
Do you know who the goddess mistress is?
He's gonna roll a religion check. We're gonna see if he's a closeted worshiper of like, I know about this god and I only know about this god. Like,
But does he actually know about that god, or is he just working on some superficial knowledge that he heard secondhand through several generations of?
the torturer goddess.
Yeah, she's dead.
Wishful thinking, though I do like the spirit. Okay, so he starts to get out some dusty, battered paperwork. Nope, that one's fucked. And he pulls out a clearly moth-eaten contract. That's going away. Okay, this one out of work.
Mariana! She calls out of her necklace. Please, 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 Mariana.
And he gets out a fresh contract. Gets out.
Shake, Mariana.
A dried inkwell. Throws it. It shatters against the wall. There we go. That ought to work. It's, it's charcoal ink. It's gonna be fine. What's your group name?
Zavorcazor.
Zavorcazor. What language is that?
2 dead languages.
Nestor says the point it states is simple, don't underestimate capabilities. Vita would raise her hand. Not a part of it. If someone wants to read if someone wants to read for Vanestra, seriously, because I don't know when she taps while I'm paying attention to the cameras.
Okay, let me open it on the side because I usually have it open on the side. It didn't pop out for me. It's acting weird. Now we got pop out. Now I can grab the other chat. You're not part of it. Not as of yet, but I can put you under the banner until we get you something actual substantial, and I will pay you. She says to Vanessa, I will pay you the compensation.
Zavorcazor, what language is that?
2 dead languages, Skag languages.
What language is that?
Technically, they're horse language.
He rolls his sea turtle fin like, come on.
She writes it down for him. She pulls out actually her contract that she has with Ben.
Okay. Whatever Dothraki is.
So we put it under. It means dragon's heart.
Zavorcazor. Alright. Direct members and associates, or are there some associates here, or are y'all direct members?
We're missing 2 more associates, adding Xanon, and then would be adding 2 associates to the roster.
Okay, associates. Your name, Dragon Man?
You speaking to me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Xanon.
Spell it.
XANNAN.
X, we got a hipster here. Okay.
I like him. He's cute. Nestor, would you mind joining us under the banner? I mean,
You.
it's a big ask.
Associates means you're not officially part of the mercenary crew, but you're helping. So, you, tall dragon lady. Your name.
Wonder what she's gonna put down. Fenestra.
Venestra. Okay. Right. Other associates, your name.
Avery.
Avery.
Someone with a common name. Look at that. Is that
Avery
hard?
Starling.
Okay. Start.
I will not be called common.
He proceeds to get the names of the rest of your associate NPCs. Okay, now, in the event of untimely death, next of kin to send whatever remains we can recover of you. Even if that means digging through dragon turtle excrement.
I'd like you to send it to the Underdark and Sharni.
Underdark and Sharni. Okay. And locals or officials to be notified for which to receive your remains other than just location. Because we could drop it at the gate, but I don't think that's what you mean.
Grandmother Evergreen.
Grandmother Evergreen, okay. I don't think she doesn't live in Sharni. I mean, unofficially Sharni to send your remains.
She's the one I would trust.
Okay. All right. Well, Grandmother Evergreen. So we drop it here, and then we trust her to send. You know what? That's fine. Okay. Now for Avery Starling, next of kin to send your remains to in the event of untimely death, even if we have to dig through dragon turtle excrement.
No next of kin.
All right.
Spout, partner. There is one.
Partner.
She's on the Togalan Islands.
Tolgalan Islands.
The northernmost island.
Official or associate to hand off the remains.
The goddess, Angel.
We don't have a, what?
Morris.
Dead goddess. So, also we can't communicate directly with divine normally. So,
Is Angel not here with us?
I'm right next to you. I'm sitting
Yeah.
right next to you.
Divine.
Okay, I'm assuming you're going along, so, I mean, assuming that you all die, it kind of fucks that up. So, someone outside of this engagement is
Call
what
the
I'm
six.
getting at. Yeah.
Goddess Hall the Six will come pick me up, so
Yeah, she kind of does that for everybody who dies. Praise be death to thee. So, I mean, I'm living. Are you just saying let it be and let the divines take care? I can just say no recovery.
She puts her hand under him.
I'm just trying to do the business out of this here. I can just put down no recovery and we can leave it to hold to 6. That's what you're getting at.
Okay. She looks over at Nicodemus. Who do I send it? I can't send it to Mom and Dad.
What about,
Starts laughing and crying. There won't be anything of us left. She
What about
starts
Griffin?
laughing. There won't be anything of us left. She looks over at Nicodemus. Starts laughing really hard. Last time we died, came back.
we gotta give him a name.
Let's go with Ben's name. The one that's on the signature.
Ben Kako. Celeben Kako. All right. Now for you, Xanon. Next of kin to send off your remains, even in the event that we have to dig through the excrement of a dragon turtle.
Quick question. Where's Alana right now?
Right next to you.
Right next to you.
Okay. I would say you could give my body to what remains of it to Alana over here.
So she's not going along.
But if you're unable to reach her, you
Should
can
be at the
deliver it.
castle on the hill.
You can deliver it to Zeldranus in Ormer.
They can't get those Eldrons. No one's allowed to go to Ormer.
Nobody's been able to go there for... How about on the material plane, guy?
He just starts laughing really hard. He thinks that they're serious, right? So hysterical. He just laughing so hard, she's just rolling on the floor. Oh my god.
Material
Making no
plane.
jokes.
May have to send off her remains early. She looked like she's already died.
That was player, but Avery does snicker at that.
Hmm.
He would pinch her nose and mutter something in a foreign draconic language.
I would say you can deliver my remains to Clan Arashi.
Where is that?
Okay. Shannon. She puts her hand on both sides of his shoulder. Angel stands up. Okay, Stan. I'm gonna say something. This plane will never gain access.
I need a location and a person. I need an address and a
Send it to
recipient.
Sharni, and my grandmother will take it home to you.
I've never been here before.
What's your grandmother's name?
Okay, I want you to send it to the castle in Sharni.
Okay.
Yes, the castle with delivery.
Okay. Whatever. Y'all, you people are insane. Castle in Cerny. Finally, you, Venestra, in the event of your untimely death, also,
Sitting there laughing so hard again.
in the event of your untimely death, where do we send your remains, even in the event that we have to dig through dragon turtle excrement to recover it? Look, this is just the business side of this. I know. Look, okay. Y'all just not have friends or family? Because y'all have been the most difficult people in trying to... Okay, you know what? If you're adventuring, I figure you don't have friends or family. It's a kind of a suicidal occupation.
Plenty of friends or family, we're just not willing to put them in danger.
Okay, well... Last one.
The only friends or family I know of that aren't here is the only one I told you about.
Rayamir Anor... what are you saying? Send it to Samaril. Okay. And, okay, in a vineyard. Sure, that'll work. Okay. So everybody's got a location. Now, in the event that there's enough of your remains to present for a funeral basis, would you prefer cremation, burial, or, depending on some cultures, mastication?
No. Just put us in a box for a couple of days. We'll be back.
Cremation, okay. You, Xanon? Cremation, burial, mastication. Means we eat you.
What is mastication?
Means we eat you.
Means eating.
Though, actually,
No.
not necessarily recommended after if we're extracting you from dragon turtle excrement, because that's just dysentery. I digress.
We have different words for that.
Devouring.
I would say if possible, don't bury me. Just keep my remains as together as you can, in like a box or something.
Okay, so burial addendum, free casket to be sent off. Obviously, we're not burying you. Burial just means casket or. The idea here is casket or urn
Casket.
or fertilizer bag with mastication, but some people like to take their loved ones and grow them into something that's. We provide the fertilizer, you get what I mean, but.
Out of touch?
Hmm?
Are you just out of touch? And you don't just like worked out?
I've been at this for a long time, and the last few people who've done this didn't come back. I'm just I'm just trying to get through the day. So, since you brought it up, Angel, cremation, burial, mastication.
Put us in 2 boxes and don't let anybody touch our bodies. She points at me and Nicodemus.
Burial, okay. All right.
No burial, just don't let anybody touch our bodies.
Okay, burial addendum 2 boxes. Burial just means casket. It's what we're at. Okay, now you, Avery. Swallowed my own tongue there for a second.
Have someone eat me.
Mastication. Okay. In which case, then your fertilizer gets sent to next to kin to grow into something. All right. Now for you, dog lady. About it. Cremation, burial, mastication.
To be turned into snow.
Okay, we'll call that cremation addendum transmutation. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Now, finally, as an added note, optional deposits. This means in the event of your untimely death, there is some, at least small inheritance to be sent off to your next of kin in the event of your death, assuming that, of course, whatever money you have on you happens to be eaten and digested by a dragon turtle and cannot be recovered from the excrement. By secondary funeral laws, by all to 6, as well as just general standard of behavior laws via Arlian, we will not pocket the money. This will be sent in its entirety to your next of kin. And
Send the money to the
Leave
woman
this
I
on my
mentioned.
body.
How much? You putting down a deposit. How much you putting down
It's
for?
not a deposit. You don't want me to put a deposit down.
Okay. So no untimely will, or no momentary will. And then for you, you got how much from you, Avery?
9. Wait, are you asking how much I have on me?
How much you're willing to deposit for a momentary will? It'll be returned to you.
She puts 5 silver coins on the table.
If
Is that enough?
I don't know what he's asking. A momentary will?
In the event of your untimely death, this gets sent to your next of kin along with whatever remains we can recover as
I don't have any next of kin. I would like money sent to
right, the person you listed.
He puts 5
500
whispering coins on the counter. Is that enough?
What's a whispering coin?
That's for every single person in this room.
There's not a minimum or a maximum. We won't have a means of dividing that, so we will have to contract out the Commerce Guild to arrange a currency exchange, which means they'll have to sail out for that. But we can arrange that, certainly with the fucking Velix coin, my goodness. And he's saying we when he's the only person in this entire building.
I really want to.
Dying, Joe. This side is so slow.
All right. So everything's
So much fun though.
everything's squared away, I think. Oh, right. For easy identification of remains, any common colors you would like to go with, or are we just gonna?
I'll be the one with the least clothes.
Right. I mean, some mercenary companies have like a flag they fly. If you don't, that's fine. It just makes it easier on us. And if you make it back, okay. Hallelujah.
We're gonna make it back.
We just got back from the abyss.
Do you have translatable record of that? It's not a doubt thing.
Who the fuck
It would be good for our report.
has time to keep a record in the
I take
abyss?
Violet's hand, and then I basically show her the image of everything that's been going through her mind for her memory.
No, I do her one better. I transmute. I communicate the entire experience condensed into his head.
You see his chopped up nose bleed a little bit. Okay.
Can we go now?
I wasn't stopping you. All this was entirely optional. You can go at any
Are
time.
We were required to come here by the stupid legalities in your stupid city.
Oh,
Joe's
yeah.
just trolling us. I don't think.
So, yes.
I need to know if I'm gonna have to stick a place of dynamite to this
Sorry.
thing and watch it all
Now the
burn.
next official notice of contract will be you gotta go to the mayor. Hold on. Sorry. Where's my fucking stamp? He gets up. That ink is dry. Okay. Fuck.
I
Pulls-
bite my
do any-
pulls-
do
Angel
any
pulls
of
out
you-
her
my
own-
thumb
Angel
and
pulls
like
out a fresh pot of ink and puts it in front of him.
I was just gonna like smear my blood on the stamp. Like I
That
wanna-
is
It's fine.
highly unsanitary.
Don't do that. Put that down. She puts her hand over Avery's head. No, don't do that.
If you'd like, I can get yourself. Like you don't want to
Angel
go
just heals his
into
hand.
a dragon turtle fight with an infection, especially with all that seawater.
Angel just wraps his hand, knowing she can't heal him.
It's just like a bandage.
Yeah,
like
it's with
just like a fucking
antibiotic on it.
band-aid would do. Like he's just got like a colorful band-aid.
By the way, on the subject of ointments, your skin looks dry, sir. Very dry.
He's fine. He's fine.
Okay. Just
he
showing-
sees that through the through whatever form I'm taking. I thought that was
scars will show through
Ah.
transformations for changelings.
okay.
He looks over at this man. Can you please sign this thing so I
Sorry,
can go see
yes,
this
thank you
mayor
for
so
the
I
ink.
don't have to basically chop his head
He
off?
just puts one big stamp on it. Here you go.
Thank you.
And it says official stamp and official stamp and monster hunting contract for Torver's Adventuring Guild.
Tortimer.
Torver.
Oh my god! It
Torver.
reminds me of
Torver.
I know
Torver.
Torver, but it reminds me of Tortimer from Animal Crossing. It was the slowest turtle of existence. Ah!
I don't know. I loved listening to his sea shanties on the way to Little Island.
Here you go. You
No,
get
that's
through whatever you need to get
not
through.
Tortimer. Tortimer is like Mr. Tortimer, like old turtle, the one who's led like
We
the
would
little
take the
hat,
contract
his
and begin
icon.
making our way back to the mayor.
Oh, that's right. The mayor of the island.
Now, if you don't mind, on the subject itself, I need to take care of my nose hole. Started bleeding for some reason. The imagery from you, I don't look.
She heals his
I
nose.
like
and
permission
just
for
walks
that.
out.
Thank you. I like permission for that kind of thing up front. If you want to do that again later, just ask me first. Fuck.
Okay.
Y'all have
Avery's
a
just
great
gonna
day,
shrug like
and
I feel no regret. Like
y'all have
my
a
nose
great
was about to
day.
bleed from the aneurysm you were giving us.
Harder Six guide you, and hopefully you don't meet her too soon. And he gives
I get
you
to
a
see her on
small,
Saturdays, anyways.
ragged, turtle smile as you all leave. with no teeth, because there's no teeth in the turtle mouth.
Please tell me that when we go back to the building, they let us in the building.
There's
Yeah.
no teeth in a turtle
Violet's
mouth,
losing
but
her
their
shit
throat
right
is
now, and
filled
Angel's like-
with these phalanges.
As you finally
Yes.
approach, you show the contract. Right, head on in. Did it give you much trouble? He gives
Give
it.
him some help.
He gives everybody that much trouble. He's trying to disincentivize them from hunting the fucking thing. You didn't catch that. He can speak much faster. Anyway, head on inside.
Angel walks in holding Violet's hand.
And Violet, be careful. He says to Violet as the door shuts behind you. Again, the tone in his voice, blatant familiarity.
She
Then-
just walks in, Angel's holding her hand.
Venturing inside, it has the air of an opulent, ice-made ballroom on entry, even though at the very center of it, you just see a desk, piles of documents and smaller structures where dances clearly should be taking place in here. There's just this snow elven woman that looks like she is a fucking ball of stress lines streaking through her forehead, her cheeks, everything. She looks maybe to be, at least as far as human equivalent, in her 30s, but all the same, her hair pulled back in such a tight braid, it almost seems to serve as, in its own way, a painful relief from the rest of the mental stress she's dealing with.
I'm just gonna wait till we get noticed.
If this is for bill collection, please send your files to my secretary in the Eastern Wing. I am very busy. If this has anything to do with the dragon turtle, my condolences. Please approach with your contract. If this has anything to do with personal slights against myself, fuck off. And if this has anything else to do with the vacancy of the Evergreen Manor, I don't bloody know. I don't. Just stop asking.
Try that again.
She finally looks up from her papers. Right. Sorry. Usually more composed than this. What is your purpose for your visit? That tonality in that delivery was bad. I apologize. What is the purpose
Go
of your
ahead and
visit?
announce myself, since nobody's gonna announce me anyways. I am Angel the Heartbound, one of the warlords of Underdark.
The Whisper Girl, right?
We were the Whisper.
B would place the contract down as Amira pulled out a mystery box that was wrapped for
Trying to be nice.
Thank you. I may have to
when you
refuse.
can relax.
I'm gonna have to let one of my guards review that. I've been sent a lot of poison in recent weeks. Not to mention the amount of vampires that have tried to make their way inside. To get a cleric to clean a bite for me. That was fun. So,
It's not consumable.
Guardian that was gonna kill your dragon turtle.
oh. Okay. He looks.
And the
She
fact
looks
that
over the
you know that
contract.
I'm from Whisper?
Hi, leader of a major settlement. Yes, I know. Although, sorry, missing some details. She digs through her desk and pulls out a very fucking old little file that has one of the first versions of the Mark of the Whisper on it. Is your father's name Akihito?
Yes.
Right, we met some decades back. I digress. Hopefully your ascendancy's going well. You all want to go and hunt down the dragon turtle.
I have a question. Am I now traveling with this like robo prototype?
The group.
Yeah, it's walking alongside you.
Okay, so we are gonna have to figure out its stats before we get into any kind of combat.
Yeah, that's not going to happen this session.
That's,
It's very
that's
late,
not gonna happen
but
this session. That's gonna be like
that'll
another
be the
session.
cliffhanger when you guys get into that. Either way,
Mhm.
You honestly think? Okay. Why did my dad trust you?
well, as Mrs. Evergreen pointed out, very kind lady. Look, I'm known for my patience, even in this small corner of the world. With that, I am patient enough to take an objective, big picture look at things. Very big picture. Bigger than most. That's without medical assistance.
The fact that you had those spell breakers here at all was concerning.
Was concerning, yes, very concerning. I was trying to help beat them out very early on, but I am of zero magical capability. My power is in logistics. That's about it. So with that, I did what I could. Made it easier to get rid of them once they finally could be gotten rid of.
Tell me what happened with the Evergreens.
That's a long story.
It's gonna have to get quickly done.
Short version.
You see Violet's hands clenching with white fists.
Hello, sweetheart. Good to see you survived. I know you don't know me. Saw you when you were a babe. You beautiful little child. Not related, in case that's a suspicion.
This is Avery. Avery, yes.
Also, if anyone has something that can cure a point of exhaustion, it would
I know, I
set
was
my
waiting
mind
till we
at
got- I
ease.
was
I have
waiting till we
something
got
with
time.
skags called cocaine, but that's notoriously not healthy.
No, I've looks over. I got something. Angel looks over. I got something. Just give me an hour. I gotta dig through my bag. Give me an hour. I gotta dig through my bag.
It just put the
On
player's
topic.
mind at ease, knowing
You have
that
you
in
have
the next
questions.
session, probably going into combat.
On topic, you have questions, I will answer to the best and quickest of my ability.
You know what happened?
Not fully.
I want to know what happened with the hag that used to live on the hill.
Huh.
I
Well,
can't find her.
well, because a citizen of this lovely town made a deal with her for her to disappear and cease being a problem for us. It was not at your expense, Violet's. It was not at Violet's expense, it was at another family. My family, something I'm not particularly pleased with. My daughter was, desperate. That's as much as I know about that.
Fed children to other children.
My daughter was young. Especially back then. 4 centuries is not a short amount of time, and for an elf, for a naive child, it's a bit of a... That's the answer I can provide.
At least your, vampire problem should start going away soon.
Oh, good. Been sick of bottling sunlight.
You won't have to. There's a Kirin not maybe 100 miles from
Yes, I saw what happened to your grandmother. It was rather big and grandiose, not to mention that tree.
That's Angel's right. Angel goes. Angel look at her like.
You all have a significant lack of subtlety, don't you?
Avery looks down at
"What is
their
your entire
attire.
town? The entire town is full of people with superstitions and judgments and.
Welcome to a
Cruelty.
small community,
I
and
live in Sharney. It was smaller still. Before I got held
you've been
and
growing it.
bad.
Look. Other questions. I have a lot of paperwork to deal with. I apologize, that sounded short. I'm doing my best to decompress here and stay calm. I apologize.
She hands her a thing of horchata and a cookie.
I appreciate that.
Yes, and my father already sent you probably a box full of them when I made them for the first time.
I'm allergic to rice.
Those are cinnamon cookies.
Right, I mean the horchata. I appreciate the offer, though. Now, further questions, and I will answer again to the best of my ability.
I need to know how long. We need to know how long this has been happening.
Which thing?
The turtle. Turtle. Sorry, turtle. Dragon turtle. Blah 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 blah.
About a year and a half. Oh, actually, if I look at my records here, 1 year, 5 months, and 17 days.
Did you disturb any large bodies of water?
We fish.
No, did you disturb any ancient bodies of water?
We harvest emberstone. Some of that gets into the seabed, so...
No,
Yes.
this would have been a large water spirit. Large creature would have lived underground for a long time if it was undisturbed.
Not to my knowledge, but there were a number of fishing vessels that went missing before everything went sideways. They were known for doing dive fishing, mostly for uni.
I might have a solution. Might. If it is a dragon turtle, like a large dragon turtle,
Oh, it is.
how do you know?
Well, some who made it back, but quickly died of their wounds, did manage to take, down sketches. Frantic, some were. There was one mage that managed to retrieve an illusion, put it on a crystal for the bloody thing. I will have to retrieve that from my magister to get you the visual, if you plan on hunting this thing, but that will take a bit of time. I will let him know, as a matter of fact. And she writes down something in pen onto the ice desk, and it melts for a moment and then travels down the leg of the desk and into the basements of this building. Take a minute, but he should bring at least a copy of that up. Best I could say is it was mutated.
Mutated how?
Well, you'll see.
Like skags?
No, well, there were reports a little over a year back in Sablehearth about this mutated wildlife, where it seemed to be doubling over, having teeth in extra places.
Spellbreakers.
Yes.
She shows him the teeth. She has that drawing with the teeth in it.
Similar augmentations to its flesh. There seems to be a somewhat decayed nature to it as well.
Yeah, they smell like rotting death, because they literally come from Endeavor.
Right, well... that would make a lot of sense.
The Spellbreakers were trying to break the world and join them back into one by breaking them.
One very messy solution to a problem nobody was really looking to solve. Especially not people who left there for a reason long before they did.
I'm going to say that if you're going to have any of the Spellbreakers, you find any of them, you let me know.
Will do. I've been taking care of some of them myself.
I need any information you know about anything. Your next move, because there's going to be a war.
Any other questions?
To calm you down for just a minute, give you something to elevate on. She pulls her pink little dragon out of her hair and puts it on the table. You can pet her.
I appreciate that. I have a pet of my own. I would rather not touch one of your children. No offense. It's not against you.
Do you know?
I have a sensory thing with scales. I apologize.
No, the other part.
I knew about it from your grandfather and your father, so I assumed as much. Elves live a while, darling. Now, again, I have a sensory thing with scales, so I apologize. I won't touch one of your children.
Would you mind hugging Archimedes then? She points to Archimedes' bird.
Sure. But
Hug Archimedes!
on the subject, if you are all really keen on pursuing this dragon turtle, travel magics around it specifically seem a little messy. So I'll arrange to provide you with some mounts.
I have a question. Have you noticed any other
Most of us can fly.
Not recommended.
Question is, have you seen any illithid around?
Illithid no, Velik's remnant also no, and what remains of, well, the remnant outpost that is on this bloody island has been dormant for quite a long time.
Wait a minute, how far have we gone? Because I still need to meet my master at the restaurant.
Oh, yeah. No, you could go do that right now while we're doing this. You could go sneak
Okay.
out the back.
Yeah.
You're like, I'll be back later, guys. While it's
I'll be
like, I'll
back
go
in a
with him
little
so he
bit.
doesn't kill himself. I'll go with him so he doesn't kill himself. So,
Most
The
recent
next
sightings of the
session
beast
will
were
start
here.
off with a
She
split
hands
party.
out a marked, folded map of at least the coastal direction of this section of Kitty. That was its most recent sighting. It seems to mostly stick to the sunken ships and the ones that it sunk itself. And, well, the lock. Especially the lock.
deep underground river.
And Violet, darling, don't die. Wouldn't help with me trying to fix your reputation here. People aren't too receptive.
I don't even know where you are.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
You.
Elenwin Elterine.
Joe, when you got a second, Vanestra sent you a question.
I would like to see what the question is. I just want to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. You didn't know what to do.
Yes, I want to know
Sure.
about the items too after D&D. I need to get items after this, considering we have to cleanse the mimic dead body. So,
Elenwin Elterine.
who are you? Doesn't tell me anything.
You don't know the historical roots of your name?
No.
Evergreen is a common iteration of my surname. Technically speaking, you're a distant relative. You and your father, anyway. One of the other things that is not helping the idea of your nepotism, even though it's a complete lack thereof.
I killed hags for all the money I have.
Yeah. Which means I need to find who's spreading that fucking rumor.
The woman who threw a rock at me this morning?
No. Just a disgruntled asshole, that one, I'm sure. But they've been spreading that rumor now for centuries. Which is a problem.
I think my friends and I can get a little bit of my reputation better if we can kill this thing. No teleporting. That cuts us down.
No flying. That really cuts us down.
Violet's like, I can walk in water.
Walking, swimming, running.
And Esther says, why can't we fly? That's a good question. Why can't we fly?
Within about 2 miles of the beast, it gives off a rather potent necrotoxin, which intermixes with the clouds, and as it's hot, it rises.
Can't die in necrotoxin.
So we fly close to the water.
My point is stay low. Flying would be rather harsh on your energy levels. If you can spare some of your own levels and exhaustion, I would offer you some mounts, some expendable mounts as well. You don't need to bring them home alive. Sweet darlings though they are.
Kamikaze mounts.
Can I call the 6 if we could possibly borrow some dead horses or some seahorses?
Let's not overthink it. We have a number of, well, we have a number of freak horns we can offer.
Vanessa says, what does such a necrotoxin do exactly?
Well, do you want the brutal answer or the short one?
Brutal.
Yes.
Once it enters your lungs, it peels out the flesh and peels into your bones, proceeding to turn it all black, and it's a messy process.
You've heard of brain rot. Get ready for bone rot. Would immunity to necrotic damage prevent such?
It would certainly help.
Help, but not prevent.
It would help from the necrotic damage side of it, but there is also some conditions it will
I see.
deal.
Also, if you don't breathe.
It may also help.
But they're offering mounts, so really it doesn't really... It's fine, but we can just take the mounts and then... And we have Piper's ship. I didn't know.
Piper's ship only actually operates in the Dream Realm. It is a dream
okay.
boat specifically. Alright, you know what? We might as well call this a BRB real quick, because I gotta pee.
I'm ready to wrap up anyway.
Oh, we're gonna get to...
But yeah, go ahead and pee.
Well,
Are we sailing?
that does beg a question, actually. We could start next session with your meeting with your master, and then...
Yeah, no, I don't want to do the meeting with my master this session. Fuck that. I'm so tired.
Okay, we could start that off that way and then start heading toward the Dragon Turtle then. But either way. Hi! Guinea, you muted? You okay?
I'm tired.
Okay.
We're all tired.
We kept getting all this disoriented. I was really confused today.
I was trying to present you guys some wholesome NPCs, and I think you guys just got tired of them, and I apologize.
Why can't we fly then?
Because there's a deadly neurotoxin in the air.
Okay.
A deadly necrotoxin. Magic GLaDOS. Sorry. Okay. Okay, well, there's your map, there's your warnings. And if you don't want to take the mounts, you can certainly walk or run. It's up to you. But I would recommend conserving as much energy as you can. In the meantime, I don't think that...
Is it... Angel says it's only a dragon.
To my knowledge, again, the ships and the fishermen have not returned, nor the remains been recovered.
I need a full visual.
This is what I have. Well, except for the crystal. Speaking of which, you can see the crystal actually begin to slide up through the desk leg and then finally through the top. She picks it up. And I... Who has some basic magic words? Who has some magical capability?
Bree's hand goes up.
We both have it.
Cool! One of you. I can't. I
Angel
can't.
picks it up.
The moment you pick it up, the crystal lights up and an illusion bounds its way out, and you see what initially looks like a normal dragon turtle before it rears up and its lower shell splits open to find just an interior full of teeth and several sort of faces and eyes and maws kind of opening up from within it, the neck opening up and spewing forth that boiling hot sort of dragon turtle breath, except it looks yellowed like bile.
I'm getting gluttony homunculus vibes here.
Looks like vanilla mixed with something else.
It's night, my fuel. And now I won't sleep again for 2 nights.
That bad, you should have seen the other one.
Yeah, don't get me started on its eyes. Look, take a closer look at its head.
Look at the head.
There are no eyes. When it closes its eyelids, it just opens to another mouth full of rows and rows of teeth,
Cool.
with a long-ass tooth-covered tongue that slides out of its eyeball.
Cool.
You're twisted. No offense.
I'm wearing dragon skin. I'm gonna have to find a different way to kill this one. We all tried any electricity.
I don't know what anyone has tried. Reports from attempts against it have not made it back.
I think we should try electricity. I think that guy did.
Try what you want. Hopefully it works.
Apparently Avery knows lightning lure.
Like that idea.
And it's cantrip.
It'll pull the target towards you and a little bit of lightning damage.
I also have a ship that doesn't need to use water.
That is a terrifying sight with such a ginormous creature.
Yeah, basically its body opens up to that.
Oh, where's
essentially.
the visual? There's a visual?
It's in general.
Vanestra chat.
Visual, please?
Oh well. No, in,
Well,
in
actually-
general,
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
that
okay,
kind of
yeah.
that kind of sums it up.
I put in session art. I also
Yeah,
put, like,
it's
what I was
very
thinking
directly
of.
inspired by the gaping dragon from Turtle.
You know what it reminds me of? The Mirelurks. Especially when they actually have human heads. That's the scary one. Angel kind of just looks at this and is like, eh.
S- Are we thinking of the same fire
Again,
alerts?
that's the illusion that made. That's the illusion crystal that made it back. I don't know whether that's
I mean,
downplayed
crab and lobster, sons of bitches.
or exaggerated. So
That sounds about right. That's kind of like what the other one looked like. She shows him the visual of like when the guy basically took that one.
oh, lovely.
More importantly, how big is this creature? Says Venestra.
Dragon turtle.
Well, in terms of the standard for how dragon turtles supposedly age based on the illusion that was taken and what few descriptions the man made before he finally succumbed to his poisoning and wounds. At first they thought they were stopping on a small island in the seas before
did
it
you
split
catch a
open
year?
to the teeth beneath.
Which prisoner did you lose a year and a half ago? What prisoner did you lose a year and a half ago?
Prisoner. Lost a number of them. One was a known, well, not known at the time, spellbreaker.
She shows him the image of how they found the last slab with a giant beholder eye in it.
I don't know of any laboratories, but that's disturbing.
They used the water this time. I wonder if they're opening into the void.
I don't know. It's up to you to find out if you survive, and I legitimately pray you do. I suggest, despite the townsfolk's dispositions towards any of you, you supply yourselves before going after this thing. It's not going to help my chances of getting re-elected, but she takes a piece of paper and writes down a writ of contract, which, as she hands it to you, Violet, it is a writ contract of, basically, governmental discount. Anything that you go to purchase in any shop, you must be tended to, and it is half off of its standard price, which cannot be infringed upon.
Okay.
This is just you supply something. Water-breathing potions? I don't know. If you couldn't tell, I don't adventure.
I can use Revelation in Flesh to produce gills.
Whatever
You
works.
can walk through water anyways. Just got like an hour in water.
Whatever works. I just understand. If it's producing an necrotic cloud, I don't know what it's doing to the water.
It's killing the fish. It's kind of obvious.
Either way, I wish you all sincerely the best.
Do me a favor and look into the lake.
I'll look into it.
What does the cloak of the manta ray do? Because I can already gain a swimming
Magical
speed
item
equal to
that
twice my
really
walking
amps
speed.
up swimming and a whole bunch of those related abilities.
I swim at twice my walking speed and breathe underwater just with one sorcery point.
Cloak of the Manta Ray basically is Water Batman. Or it's the Aquaman cloak, whichever way you want to slice it.
60 swimming. Yep, that would be twice my walking speed. And let's see. Yep, that's exactly what my revelation in
If
Flesh said.
if she's a child of both families, of that higher family and the lower family, what does that make Violet? Because her father came from the higher family and her mother came from the lower family.
Her father came from the politically advantaged family, and her mother came from the monetarily advantaged family.
Right.
Makes you a, Oh, okay, it's nothing necessarily royal, but for those with the wrong idea, they may think about installing you as an oligarch.
You're gonna install a wolf as an oligarch? You see her start to giggle?
There's more to it, but I don't want to bore you with details right now.
Not today. I'm gonna go fight something.
You do that.
Thank you, cousin.
Technically, I suppose I'm your, great aunt twice removed. I'm not entirely sure. I need to look at the family tree.
Tell me when you find out.
Will do. And please, don't die. I miss your mother's face as it is. Getting the chance to see it again on you. It's a wonderful thing.
What about my father's eyes, though?
Yes, you do. Not bad eyes.
Also sturdy like my father. I always said he was sturdy.
Right. We only have one bed in this building. Just.
No. I'm gonna head home.
Okay. Take some time, prepare, do what you have to do. Hopefully you all survive.
Violet takes Avery's hand and Vanestra's hand and looks over at Angel because she would
Wait,
have.
Avery's not.
Avery's gone. Poof. Poof.
Yeah.
Now Violet's gonna go chase Avery. He's gonna go to that stupid meeting. Remember.
And as your master said he was going to go look for a restaurant, this town, at the condensed size it is, seems to really only have one restaurant. Oddly enough, it's a fish fry.
Oh. Octopus head with a fish fry. Ew.
Venturing inside, you immediately get the smell of overly reused oil, a lot of noise, a lot of activity in here. This is absolutely a place of social gathering to some degree, and you can see your master in his, elven disguise as it is, currently nursing, in a twist of maybe fucked up, maybe hilarious irony, a plate of fried calamari. Avery.
Violet's outside the window listening.
Seems like your head cleared up. Let's talk. And given the lateness of the hour, I think that might be a good cliffhanger point.
Yeah, I'm letting you know, but Violet's outside the window. Protecting the Avery.
Sorry, repeat that. Mom came in.
Violet is outside the window of the
No,
restaurant.
before that,
protecting the Avery.
what's like the situation and what the characters talking and.
He looks at you again with his human disguise and just, Avery, take a seat. Let's eat and let's talk.
And he does.
With Violet saying that she's looking in from outside, Vanessa put in her chat what is absolutely happening.
She's in the bushes. Yeah. Avery, let me in the door, Avery.
Can we get to the details on the various medical items? Yes! And that will also give us
Yes,
time
can
to
we
go
read
ahead
out while we're doing that?